Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our regular meeting of council here for Tuesday, April the 8th, starting with our land acknowledgement. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the Treaty 7 territory and the oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Legal, Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. Finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land, and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. Moving to updates and approve of the agenda, I believe we have 3 items that we are adding to the agenda. With these 3 items, looking to administration, is there anything else outside of these 3 items that needs to be added to the agenda? Council, anything? Oh, sorry, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, good morning, Mayor and Council. I think where it says add agenda item 11.1, I think that would be 11.2. And then renumber everything after that.
So you want to call that 11.2 and then renumber everything else?
Yeah, that's correct. 11.1 is the Grant Adjudication Committee, and then I'd like the appointment of directors for CUI to go before the financial statements for CUI, and it should actually be 1538974, appointment of directors, Alberta Limited.
Okay, so
Yep.
then does the renumbering, then does that need to be part of the motion or no?
I don't think so. No, I think it just bumps everything down one, shouldn't it?
You should read.
Just read.
Matt?
Through the mayor, just to the clerks, I would suggest renumbering to ensure that it's captured accurately.
Yeah.
So then for simplicity's sake, is it simpler to just call it 11.6 and have 11.6 come before? That, yeah, because otherwise we got to write everything else out. Okay, so good. Yeah. Okay. Council, admin. Great, thank you. Council, can I have someone make the following motion, please? Councilor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. I move that the Council approve the April 8, 2025 regular meeting of Council agenda with the following amendments. Add agenda item 11.6, CUI 1538974 Alberta Ltd, appointment of directors. Add closed session item 12.1, city operations section 24, advice from official, and add closed session item 12.2, golf course section 24, advice from officials. Move agenda item 11.6 to before agenda item 11.2, 1538974 financial statement.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Our next item is our moment of reflection, and Councilor Randhawa has something she would like to share this morning.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to share the moment of reflection, because April is a Sikh Heritage Month. So Sikh Heritage Month was officially organized in Canada in April 2019 when the Canadian Parliament passed a Bill C-376 designated April as a Sikh Heritage Month across the country. As of the 2021 Canadian census, approximately 2.1% of Canada's population identify as a Sikh. Thank you.
Great, thank you. For public input, looking to legislative services, has anyone submitted anything for public input this morning?
Through the CAO to the Mayor MSD Council, we have not received anything at this time.
Okay, thank you. I believe we are moving past item 5. Is that correct? We will be doing that at the April 22nd council meeting. Great, thank you. For our consent agenda, we have 3 letters that we submitted back to the province. So our first one was we received a grant for some ongoing training for our fire department. Our fire department has been doing some incredible work with regards to improving their levels of service, and this training is in relation to that. As everyone knows, we've received construction funding for Acadian High School and planning funding for a new high school, and so with that, we just want to send a letter of thank you to the Minister of Education, and finally to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, our milestone that we had passed with relation to the directives, those being completed. We just passed along. So can I just see the motion, please, for motion to accept the consent agenda items? We just wanted to, we thought it was important to make these public as we continue to have our ongoing good relationship, I feel, with the province. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning. I move that Council accept the consent agenda items for information.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Item 7, our public hearing for bylaw 005-25, which is the road closure. I believe that this is being presented by Mr. Jack Shipton. First motion that we need to make is to open the public hearing. So with that, can I have a councillor make the following motion to open the public hearing, please? Councillor Narayan.
Thank you. Good morning. I move that Council open the public hearing for bylaw number 005-25, being the road closure bylaw, Waterbury Road at 9:14 a.m.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried. Great, thank you. Good morning.
Morning, Your Worship. Morning, everyone. My name is Jack Shipton, planner with Community Growth and Infrastructure. Today I'll be presenting the public hearing for bylaw 005-25. The city has received an application for a road closure to Waterbury Road in the Waterford Estates Southwest Outline Plan area. This is highlighted in figure 1 and 2 of this report. The application would close approximately 0.305 hectares of road and result in the creation of 2 remnant parcels. These are shown in figure 2 of the report. A bit of history on this application. The Waterford Estates Southwest Outline Plan was adopted in 2022 and included a linear roadway along Waterbury Road. During the first phase of subdivision in this area, a temporary solution of a curved road alignment was approved that varied from the original outline plan. This temporary solution was done in order to respect a wetland setback as required by Alberta Environment and Protected Areas until appropriate approvals were in place. On April 18th, 2022, approval from AEPA was obtained. You can see this attachment A to this report to allow for the installation of a stormwater management infrastructure and make the road alignment linear as identified in the outline plan possible. To be clear, this bylaw will bring the development back into compliance with the outline plan and has always been the intention. Again, the current road being a temporary solution. The remnant parcels created through this process are aligned with the existing land uses. These were approved as per bylaw 013-22. During first reading of this bylaw, Council approved the scheduling of a public hearing for April 8th, 2025, that being today. The proposed changes were circulated to internal departments and external agencies with no cited concerns or issues raised. Public notice was posted to the city website from March 18th to April 8th today, and hard copy notice was mailed to 14 total adjacent landowners to the subject site. Additionally, the land transfer resulting from the passage of this bylaw 005-25 between the City of Chestermere and Polyco Land Corporation, this being Area A as highlighted in Figure 2 Schedule A, was advertised in accordance with the process outlined in Section 70 of the MGA. As of 9 a.m. on April 2nd, 2025, no submissions were received from members of the public. Written submissions received by the city between April 3rd and 8th will be provided verbally at the public hearing by Legislative Services. And thank you. Do you have any questions about this bylaw?
Great, thank you. Do you have any questions for administration for this bylaw? Okay, no questions. Do we have a presenter from the applicant or?
Nope, not today.
So then, do we have any written submissions that have been submitted since that date, since the closing?
Through the chair, no, we have not.
Okay. So then I would like to call for 3 times anyone who would like to speak in favor of this bylaw. And calling a second time for anyone who would like to speak in favor. And calling a third time for anyone who would like to speak in favor. With that then, I would like to call for anyone who would like to speak in opposition of the proposed bylaw. Calling a second time for anyone who would like to speak in opposition. This isn't awkward at all. Calling a third time for anyone who would like to speak in opposition. Great, thank you. Well, we don't have a presenter who needs to rebut anything because, you know, nothing was said. Going back to administration, is there any final comments that you have with regards to this bylaw?
No, I do not.
Okay. Final opportunity for council if you have any questions with regards to this bylaw. That's the fastest public hearing ever. With that then, can I call for the motion, please, to close the public hearing? Great. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council close the public hearing for bylaw 0025-25, being the road closure bylaw, Waterbury Road, at 9 a.m. At 9:19 a.m.
Great. Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously again. Thank you. With that, then we're moving to item 8.1, which is the approval of bylaw 005-25, road closure bylaw, again being presented by Mr. Jack Shipton, Planner 2.
Good morning again. Glad these are back to back. Jack Shipton, Planner, Community Growth and Infrastructure, now presenting request for decision, second and third reading on bylaw 005-25. This report just presented. I'm assuming you don't want to hear it again. Just going to ask, are there any questions you wish to ask prior to proceeding to recommendations?
Questions from council? No questions.
Perfect. So after administrative review, we have concluded that the application is in compliance at the MGA, MDP, ASP, OP, and LUB levels, and administration recommends as follows. That council give second and third reading to bylaw 005-25 for a portion of road within the Waterbury Road right-of-way within Southwest Quarter Section 4, Township 24, Range Road 28, west of the 4th Meridian. And second, that council transfer the existing remnant parcel to Polyco Land Corporation after the road closure is approved in accordance with the disposal of land process as outlined in Section 70 of the MGA. And thank you.
Great, thank you. Can I have the motions then, please? Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council give second reading to bylaw 005-25, being the Waterbury Road Closure Bylaw.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And third reading, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Narayan.
Just move that council give through it and final reading to bylaw number 005-25, being the Waterbury Road Closure Bylaw.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. That was easy. Moving on to item 8.2, which is bylaw 0013-25, which is the offsite levy bylaw. This is being presented by Madeline Fisk, Growth and Development Coordinator.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Beresco.
Thank you. There's just one more motion
Thank you.
read before we go on to the next item.
Thank you. Appreciate you catching that. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Anybody? Councillor Ryan.
Just move the council transfer the existing remnant parcel to Polyco Land Corporation after the road closure is approved in accordance with the disposal of land processes as outlined in Section 70 of the MGA.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Rob. There we go. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. I believe that closes that matter then? Okay. So now we're moving on to item 8.2, which is bylaw 013-25.
Great. Good morning, Mayor and Council. As mentioned previously, my name is Madeline Fisk. I am the Growth and Development Coordinator here at the city. You also know me as the offsite levy person. So today we are here for first reading and to discuss the offsite levy bylaw 013-25. If I can also, there we go, great. Presentation is on the screen now. So the agenda today, I'll just give a brief introduction of what the offsite levy bylaw revisions look like and the process that goes into that, as well as what the implications are for the city of Chestermere. We'll briefly discuss the motion request for today, talk about the calculations, the area in Chestermere, the change that we've made from last year to this year, and then just a summary of everything that we've talked about. So as council is well aware, in the city of, well, first of all, the bylaw goes through an annual update, which is important to note. So we review our growth projections for the city annually. We do that in the fall, and then coming into the new year, we look at the offsite levy bylaw itself. Currently, the city of Chestermere has 6 different offsite levy buckets, which are listed here on the screen. We have the water, sanitary, stormwater, transportation, recreation, and fire. And this year, as directed by council, the library, as you can see, that is also permitted under the Municipal Government Act, will be included in the offsite levy bylaw in 2025. The final bucket that is permitted under the MGA is police stations that the city has not yet looked into. The motion request for today, first will be that council give first reading to bylaw 013-25, being the offsite levy bylaw as presented. And the second motion is that council schedule a special meeting of council and hold a public hearing for bylaw 013-25 for April 29th, 2025 at 9 a.m. in council chambers. Now we can dive right into how these offsite levy levies are calculated within the city of Chestermere. So we utilize a very advanced model here at the city, and there are many different factors that play a role in these calculations. On a very, very high level, there's a formula here on the screen is how these calculations are done. So the numerator is all of the offsite levy projects, all of the capital projects that are put into the model, all of their costs, and then the denominator is the benefiting area that is being developed within 25 years. So that's the simple formula here. Although it is simply shown, it is a little bit complex. So these are quantitative sums with a lot of qualitative influences, and I just want to touch on that briefly because it's important to note. So for project costs, they are influenced by things that are sometimes out of our control, which would include tariffs, for example, materials, project timing, these master plans, and interest rates. So some things are in our control, some things are out of our control. Those would be these qualitative influences. For the denominator and area being developed, the influences here would include the competitiveness of the city, would include offsite levy rates, political frames, and desirability of whether people want to live here or not. These two, although they're separate, they are also correlated, they're connected, and it's just important to consider that as we move into these revisions annually. So within the city of Chestermere, it is broken up into 22 different offsite levy areas. Last year there was 20. We added 2 new areas specifically to address different plans. So we added Area 21, which is in the Bridgeport region. You can see it's sandwiched between Area 16 and Area 19. And this is to account for the Rainbow Falls under drain for payments that were previously made that we will not make them double pay. So we needed to split that out. And then Area 22 was added, you can see in North Acreages, just east of Area 13. This was to account for the sanitary catchment area. They'll be tying into existing infrastructure rather than new infrastructure, so they'll have different levies. And on that point, the reason why we have offset levy areas in the city of Chestermere is for that reason. Many of these levies are what we would consider a global levy. So regardless of where you're located or where you're developing within the city, these levies would be the same. So for transportation, water, recreation, library, fire, every area will contribute the same amount. For sanitary or storm, this kind of infrastructure will benefit different areas depending on where they are. And so they'll have different offsite levies, and why we keep track of these numbers here. So the summary of remaining lands for development, the total remaining developable land in Chestermere, we have 1,722 hectares left to be developed. Each year as we go through our growth projections, we need to calculate how much would be developed within a 25-year period. We have a list here from 2019 until 2025. You can see our prediction for this year is 766 hectares within 25 years. Considering last year, the city grew at an unprecedented amount. Our prediction was around 50 hectares. We developed over 100. So a slight reduction from last year's prediction is very reasonable in this case. Here's just another visual representation of what we're talking about here. So the 766 hectares we're predicting, it will take place in these highlighted areas. There's this table there, it's very small writing, you don't have to read it all, but pretty much is, it's very difficult and almost impossible for us to predict exactly where this development is going to take place, but we do know generally in what subdivision. So if I could point out in the northwest corner, Area 2, we know there will be around 113 hectares developed. We don't know exactly in what quarter section, so we've highlighted the whole thing just for your reference of where we're anticipating the growth. So this is actually a really great slide to show. Because the city saw significant growth last year, we were able to collect a lot more offsite levies. And so here, this table, we can see the account reserve for each individual bucket within the city of Chestermere. On the left-hand side, we see what the balances were in 2023, and then the improvement we saw moving into 2024 because of this collection rate. For transportation, it is highlighted in red. There was a slight reduction here in the offset levy reserves, but that is due to the capital projects we undertook, which was Rainbow Road, the twinning of Rainbow Road, as well as the bridge project. Every other bucket, as you can see, we've contributed more to. We were able to pay off some of the principal amount on the sanitary debentures we have, as well as the water. So that's great news for the city. The remaining slides here that I'd like to touch on is, again, moving specifically into each bucket and the changes that we've made from last year moving into this year. Transportation would be the first one. The Transportation Master Plan was updated in 2023. So majority of the projects, the costs were updated as well as the timing. Last year, all of these new projects were inputted into the model. There was a large increase. There was a 30% increase in transportation after that master plan was completed. And because this was such a large increase, with the approval of official administrator, it was moved to reduce that increase to a 15% increase rather than a 30%, with the condition that administration would work with the development community to find cost-saving solutions for this, which we did, and we're very happy about that. You can see just from so the full costs are now input into model. There's no reduction, and you can see an increase of only 17%, or sorry, my apologies, 7%, which is a big win, and some cost savings were found there. Next would be for our water projects. So in 2024, the utility master plan was updated. These are big master plans being updated in consecutive years. For the utility master plan, this is a study for both water and sanitary infrastructure within the city. We added a few new projects. Some of the costs increased, some of the project timing was moved around. There was an overall increase in projects. What this master plan also did was add new projects that are outside of this model's timing. So many of these projects are outside of the 25-year period, which means none of that cost is included in the rates today. So although the total project cost increased from 69 million to 146, which seems like a lot, there is only a 6% increase because not all of that is included within the 25 years. Sanitary is the next bucket. So again, as I mentioned, the utility master plan was updated, which also influenced the project costs within the sanitary buckets. There's project cost increase, there's new projects added, as well as the timing that was moved for these. Overall, the total project cost increased from 51 million to 143. Again, not all of these projects are included in today's rates. I do want to just point out, because you're probably noticing the negative 7% here. As mentioned previously, not every area will contribute the same sanitary offsite levies because they're being benefited by different infrastructure. There was a slight reduction in a few areas. This one in particular, I'll try to describe, but it's a little farm portion north in Chestermere. We have no land within this area estimated to be developed within the 25 years. But what the model will do is take projects outside of the 20 years, allocate it to extra area, and there was a reduction in that amount for this year. So for storm, there was no master plan that was updated, but we did have some revisions to the project costs based off of new studies. We have inflated some of the costs for inflation for the city. My apologies, for the government of Canada based off of the inflation rates. The total increase was 12.1 million from last year into 87 million for this year. So on the high end, for the weighted average is a 9% increase across the areas within Chestermere. For recreation, we saw a land cost increase. We saw a slight project cost increase. The total percentage change is 3% in the recreation levy for this year. And for fire, we had the Chestermere Fire Hall study completed in 2024, and we did see a slight increase in the project costs here, a 10% increase from 2.2 million, an increase of 2.2 million for this year. Next is the library, which will be added into the 2025 offsite levy bylaw. For the total cost that is shown in the new library business plan of $24 million, only 43% of that will be paid through the offsite levy program here, and the other 57% will need to be contributed by the municipality. So only 10.4 million of that is included in the offsite levy rates, which we're seeing will be around $13,000 per hectare in each area. So overall, the changes that we saw in this year is the total cost that we have in the model for all of the projects is $788 million that will be constructed within 25 years. The weighted average levy, the cost per hectare is $409,000 per hectare of development. And this is a weighted average increase of 11.8%. So I don't expect you to read through all these numbers. These are just the individual tables I showed on previous slides clumped all together. The final table is just that total summary. So on the high end, we're seeing an increase of 19% in the offsite levies for this year. On the low end is a 10%, and that weighted average, which is 12% we're seeing. Again, a lot of information here. I don't expect you to read through every number, but this is just a representation here of how we categorize and how we divide the rates into separate areas. So on the left-hand side, you'll see area 1 to 22, and you'll see how sanitary and storm are the only rates that differ depending on what area they're in. So a part of the offsite levy process, as mandated under the Municipal Government Act, administration is to consult with and engage with the development community. It is important to build a positive relationship with external parties to ensure that we hear their voices as we update the bylaw. These meetings that we've held have been very positive. We have a good relationship with them. With that being said, there are some concerns with the increase of the offsite levies that the City of Chestermere has seen over the last few years. Some of the significant increases that are involved with some of the soft levies that we have here. In conclusion of my presentation today, the offsite levy bylaw is revised on an annual basis. This revision takes place between the fall of 2024 moving into the beginning of 2025. And all the numbers that we have in the model represent the financial cutoff date of December 2024. So all of last year. I'd like to ask now if there are any clarification that you would like or questions you have specifically on the presentation from today, any of the slides, the numbers that you saw.
Yes, thank you. I don't think this one's going to be as quick as Jack's presentation, as I think there's going to be a lot more questions with regards to this one. So I think Jack's going to owe you lunch after this because he had the easy presentation today. I don't know if that was a direction or not. I'm just throwing it out there. Can we just go back really quickly? Can we just go back to that slide that had all the numbers on it? Just it's on page, this one. Yep, perfect. Just for clarification for people, because there are a lot of numbers, this is what you are referring to when it comes to that some are global and then some are specific to an area. Is that this would be what you're talking about with regards to that, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Right, so the ones that we see that are the same no matter the area, that's what we refer to as global, whereas the other ones are the more specific depending on area.
Yes.
Perfect, awesome, thank you. I will open it up to council because I know I have a number of questions. So we'll open it up to council. And again, just process-wise, this is about not necessarily what we're doing with first reading, because that will happen. This is with regards to this presentation and things that are going into it. Then we will have a first reading and a public hearing. So we're going to have lots of opportunities here to talk about the specifics of what's in the OSL bylaw at future meetings upcoming here. So with regards to the presentation, though, we'll start with Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I do have a number of questions. If I could, I'll start with two. I'll leave the first one. I'll start with the very easy one through our chair administration to you, Ms. Fisk. When you look at the OSL rate calculation, the OSL project cost divided by, the area development, and I understand how that works on the benefiting area, is that the same for any municipality? And I understand the project costs may be in flux, and that's estimated, and that's why we annually update. But is that in the MGA, how those costs are calculated, or is this unique to how Chestermere calculates our OSLs?
From my understanding, this is the expectation under the Municipal Government Act. I can also touch on the way that we calculate it based off of this model we use is specific to City of Chestermere. It is a business model that incorporated between 45 different municipalities in the province, so it is quite common. However, the basic summary of that formula I showed on the screen is how offsite levies would be calculated in each municipality.
I'll just add a little clarification. So in general, almost all of them do by area, because I think that was your question. Some have done it by lots, right? So some have done it, our model doesn't allow us to do that, but some municipalities, smaller municipalities, have done it on a per lot basis. In fact, Chestermere, 15 years ago had a lot charge, so.
Yeah, thank you both to our presenters. As a follow-up to that question, the reason why I ask that question is I would like to see, as a member of council, how our costs compare and how our OSL models compare to municipalities similar to our size. I know, for example, a city that is fundamentally different than ours, the city of Calgary, has a different cost model, but they also have a fundamentally different density model. So, and I understand that that can be somewhat normalized through your costing model, because if you have higher density, you may have higher costs. So it's a very complex model, as simple as this numerator and denominator look like. But I think it would benefit me, representing our residents, to understand how these costs are going into our OSL model as we look at revising our OSL bylaw. So I'd like to see comparatives from our other municipalities, which I know has been presented to council in the past, and that'll help me normalize any type of questions that I may have. I know that sounds complicated, but that's an ask that I would ask of administration to provide as we move forward through public hearing and through revisions of this bylaw. Thank you.
Yeah, and just a brief comment to that. In what was included in the package today in the report that is also attached to the bylaw, the final page of that report is the comparison of where City of Chestermere stands amongst other municipalities in the region. But that is the total offset levy rate, which is only one part of the question that you had. Yeah.
Councillor Ryan.
Yes, thank you. Through worship to Ms. Fisk. Thanks for the presentation. If I may go back to page 53 of 346 of the package, and it's the OSL account balance. And when speaking about transportation, you did make reference to bridges. I'm making the right assumption that when you're talking about bridges, you're talking about Rainbow Bridge. And with respect to bridges, this transportation also include the Chestermere Boulevard Bridge, because I know we were still waiting on the integrity assessment on that. Will that be totally separate?
No, you're correct. So the Rainbow Road Bridge is included, as well as the Chestermere Boulevard Bridge. However, because this infrastructure is benefiting both existing and future population, the total cost will not be within the model itself. So there will be a offsite levies can contribute to that portion that's benefiting future, and that will be based off of the study completed.
Okay, it's wonderful. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. There's another piece in our package. There's a document in here called the Offsite Levy Rates 2025. Will we be receiving a presentation on that, or is that wrapped up in what we've seen so far?
Sorry. Oh, I think so, yeah.
This is wrapped up in what we've seen so far. I'm just wondering if I should ask questions on this document.
I think so.
All right. Sounds good. Then through you and Mr. Edney to our presenter. Hi. Thank you for the presentation. This was excellent. I know you put a lot of work into this. I'll ask two questions. The first one I'm wondering about is this 11.8, or rounded up to 12%. I was hoping you could help me understand that number relative to another number in this other document, which is page 74. And it says, since the last update, rates have increased an average of 8.19%. And I'm wondering if that's covering different data, or if there was something miscalculated in that one.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have the exact reference in front of me. Otherwise, I think that would be a better help. But what I can do is, I understand your question, so I can definitely look into it and bring that back to next public hearing, if that's would be all right with you.
Yep, that sounds good, unless somebody else has additional.
Real quick, Mark, can you just introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm Mark Peralt. I'm the senior advisor, and I help Madeline with the offsite levy. So on that, the report refers to the existing offsite levies, and because the library wasn't existing last year, so that would be the main reason, but there would be small tweaks on top of that that would explain the 8.1 to the 12, because it's not all library, but a big portion of that would be the library. But we will definitely get back to you on the specifics.
Okay. Yeah, I would like more information on that, please. My other question is on this page, estimated area to be developed in 25 years. There are a lot of papers over here. And I was wondering how calculations are done for this. The one that caught my interest was OSL Area 20, because that is saying that, I believe that's saying that 31% of that area will be developed in the next 25 years. And I was under the impression that we have a business coming in who might be developing 100% of it. So how does that affect the calculation?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought this up. That is a great question. So when these growth projections were completed, that business had not, I don't believe we had that information that they were coming in. So you are correct. That is based off of past knowledge, and we definitely would need to revise that in next year's offsite levy bylaw.
That makes sense. It's constantly evolving, I understand. I'll stop there for now. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to administration and Ms. Fisk. I have a question about how, when you come back and you do the rate increases, how are you defining what the increase should be? Are you going back to the original document and applying inflation to it? How are you increasing the cost to the levies? What metric are you using to do that?
I'm going to try my best to answer from the question I understood, but maybe I should just repeat back to you if I'm understanding correctly. You're curious what we base those increases off of. Is that correct? Very high level.
That's a very, very good way of putting it, yes.
So these large increases we've been seeing in the last few years, as I mentioned previously, are because of these master plans that were completed. So those increases are based off of these studies completed by a third party, submitting to the city saying, in the next 25 years, City of Chestermere will need 10 projects, whereas previously we had 6 projects in the offsite levy model. So ideally, these master plans, I think because we are going through such high growth, which is why we need these master plans updated on a more frequent basis. But I would say without these master plan increases, inflation would be the base point of these rates of increasing. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Yeah, it mostly does. The real reason why I'm asking is Mostly, I was kind of surprised at the recreation offsite levy, how it was only 3%, and being on that committee and looking at some cost analysis that we've done, it's probably 20% from what the budget was in 2020. So I want to make sure that we're capturing that and that that's being addressed wholesomely and we're not leaving money on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for clarifying a specific example. So that's something else to note within the model. As mentioned before, it's calculated within a 25-year period. So if the recreation project, if we're predicting that it will be constructed, I don't remember the exact dates, but let's say 2030, not 100% of that cost is included in the rates. And so depending on when those projects are moved in and out of the model, that will not, there'll be a lower increase to that rate. Yeah, so the total amount for recreation was included, but not all of it is within the 25 years, I hope.
So one more clarification. Just like the growth timing, when we only put in what we have a document for. We don't just do it on hearsay. So we haven't got an updated rec study. So we're still using the 3 or 4 years old study, and we've inflated that every year by inflation, and we've changed the dates when it's going to happen, but we haven't changed the fundamental input. So the old study was based on a field house, and if you're going to something else now and that cost has gone up, that's not reflected in these rates. The model is very sophisticated though, and that's Madeline and our job is to balance. Fundamentally, that's why we update it every year, so we can correct errors and when things change. And especially with a city like Chestermere, where we grow at our extraordinary rate, things change quickly. And so we try to balance two things, basically what existing developers are going to pay and what future development pays. If we make an error on either way, it just changes the rates from future or existing developers. That's the only thing it does. And so we're trying to be as fair as possible, right? So when we get a new study, and we hope to get a new rec study next year, and before our cutoff, and then we put that into the model and we'll rerun it, right? As long as we don't have a significant change, and that's where council, when they make, that's why it's all in public, when you make significant changes, it's in public, so that's okay. Right? And then we just balance that out. And then what will happen if we, all of a sudden, for example, that went up by 20%. We've undercollected from the existing developers, but we will then have to make that up on the future ones. So the quicker we get the information in the model, the more fair we are to all developers.
Okay, so I have one specific question about that is when we use those models and calculate those models to divine what our rate should be for the levy, specifically when we're looking at the recreation project, is that the cost of the whole project, or is that the cost of like the first phase build out of the project?
So we will put in the model right now, there is I think it's in 2028 or 2026, the first phase. And then we have the next phase, which was in the original document in 2030 something, I can't remember. Okay. So that's in. But what the model does is every year it's out from this year, it reduces it by 4%. That's not in the model, and that's put the future people that are not in that 25-year growth window. So that's 766 hectares. That stuff that's outside gets paid by the remaining area.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you.
Just before opening up to other councillors, I have a couple follow-ups from what Councillor Grant was speaking about. First of all, those studies that you mentioned, would it be possible for council to be provided with a copy of those, just for review for information purposes?
Absolutely, yeah, we can include it in a package or
just emailed out to council.
Email, sure.
Okay. I believe most of the studies are unpublished, right? So like what you're referring to, are you talking about the master plans, or you were talking about?
Well, we're saying that these numbers are based on studies,
right?
And I just think that this council continues to demonstrate that we love to be informed and ask questions, and what I would suggest we read through everything. So I'm wondering, with that, would it be possible for council to be provided with those, as it just helps inform our decision?
Absolutely, yeah, and all of these master plans are published on the website for for the public, so we can definitely just attach it all in a nice package and circulate it.
That'd be great. Thank you. The second one, a follow-up from that was the need for the updated recreation study. So that committee has been doing a lot of work, working on bringing forward a recommendation. Would a recommendation from that committee, if they were reviewing a certain kind of facility and had some cost estimates, could that be utilized for the model?
So yeah, we do have to be very careful here because it is, sorry, I don't know if Liz had something to say. That is specifically regulated under the municipal government.
Right.
That approved professional study has to be completed and accepted by council before that estimate is included into the offset.
Mr. Edney.
Sorry, I think Ms. Fisk just answered it. Yes, an estimate from even us isn't appropriate. It needs to be a professionally certified study document.
Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. So the information that we have was provided to us from Gibbs Gauge, and I don't know how wholesome it was. I just know they're a pretty reputable firm that has provided us a cost estimate. I don't know how detailed that estimate needs to be for it to be acceptable, but that's probably something we can have as a discussion at a later point.
Yeah, I guess to clarify, I mean, we're waiting for some of these presentations coming back from that committee, but it's what it is not, just to assure public, it is not a bunch of people who sat around in a room and threw a dart at a board and said, that's the price. That is not what this committee is doing. This committee is certainly working with professionals on this. So I guess that is the better way to frame the question. Thank you, Councillor Grant, is what's the criteria of that if they have been working with a professional firm and that firm has come back with cost estimates that are based on other facilities that are similar. I'm obviously being very intentional on words right now, but if a facility is similar, that's what that cost is based on. It's being done by, is that like, what's the criteria in terms of the wholesomeness of that study?
Great question, Mr. Mayor and Council. Absolutely. We use all levels of cost estimates, right? And so we use from very high levels to low level. So basically we need two things. We need to have direction from the community, which is council, saying this is what we want to build, right? And accept it through a master study or through a rec study or someone comes in. And that professional, and Gibbs Gauge is, frankly, that's what we're using now, and it's probably the same level of accuracy as what we have now. So I absolutely, we can accept it as long as council has seen it and says this is what the community wants, then we can put it in, right? And as long as it's professionally backed by Gibbs Gauge, which is a professional architectural firm, for sure.
So then, to the three councillors that are on that committee, perhaps we could provide some of that information that you currently have behind the scenes to Ms. Fisk to see if that would work for the model, say before public hearing?
Sounds good, Mayor.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Great. Sorry, Mr. Ed, sorry, Matt?
Yeah, sure.
Two of you are waving at me at the exact same time. I don't know which one to call on.
No worries. Just to council through the mayor, there is a significant amount of work, obviously, to update that model with respect to what's been going on and being discussed here today.
Yeah.
I do know, just in correspondence with administration on the recreation side who have been supporting the committee, that there is a little bit more work to do, some decisions to be made from the committee, and of course a presentation to council in either a governance format or a council meeting for a final decision to be made. So there's a lot of stage gating here to be done, and I just want to mention that on behalf of administration, there is some time to consider and some laborious kind of formatting and metrics to be made to input into this model. So if that time doesn't necessarily work, obviously we have to go through with this bylaw, but of course administration could continue to forecast based on a decision of council on which way we're going with recreation in the future.
Ms. Armitage?
I'll add on that one that a delay to the OSL model will result in, if we want to have them go together, delaying having public hearing and proceeding with the offsite levy bylaw itself to wait for that input will result in reduced rates for 2025 and therefore reduced collection, because developers don't start paying the new rates until the bylaw is passed. So our recommendation out of CGI would be to see this proceed as it's presented. Minor tweaks are one thing, but incorporating a whole new study that's not been approved by council yet, resulting in a couple months delay, would be quite significant to the overall collection of offsite levies.
Sorry, I'm not sure in what I said I was suggesting a delay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we're on the same page here.
Yeah,
because my team's all going, oh God.
No, and I think to temper any kind of excitement, at the same time, I would be echoing something that Councillor Grant said, in that not wanting to possibly leave money on the table, for one, and two, I think throughout this process, this council has been very clear that recreation is a priority. This council and with the work of administration, we have spent what I consider to be a significant amount of money to ensure that the high school site and recreation site are ready to go. So I would suggest that work has been done, and so I guess what I'm doing is I would like to continue to highlight the need for recreation in our community, right? And I don't think that administration is not doing that. That's not what I'm suggesting at all. But I think when council is provided with information of, well, a study is what influences it, and we know that a committee has some studies that have been working on, and then when we hear something like, oh, well, we're going to do some studies in the next year, I think that causes an equal amount of hesitation on the council side of things, going, well, wait a minute, what if we have that information? So if the what if is, well, we can't delay because of these, that's just fact. But I think having the conversation at least is valuable. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through yourself to council, I think just for putting this particular topic to bed, we'll take this offline.
Yeah.
I'll circle back with Councillor Grant, myself, and Matt, who's kind of looking after recreation here, see what the committee's got. If it's something that we can incorporate into this process without delaying it, we will do that and circle back to you. And if not, we'll have it in for the next update at some point.
Yes, thank you.
We'll look into this and come back with some answers.
I think it's a perfect way to put a bow on this. Okay. I have a number of questions, but I want to go back to council first before I start my rapid fires.
Can I just add one point?
Absolutely. Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. We're a new council, so a lot of this stuff is new to us, especially the OSL model. There's some new things here, to Councillor Grant's commentary about recreation. Nobody likes surprises, and we, I think, completely understand the urgency of getting the OSL bylaw revised so we can start collecting. We also don't want to be pushed into a corner, knowing that, because we want to eliminate surprises and we want to have a thorough review of what these things look like. So I want administration to work with us with that understanding, because we've only been sitting in this chair for, I don't even know,
9 months.
9 months now. And Library OSL is brand new, was approved by an official administrator with no council at present, and then also our funding model for recreation. We're trying to move as fast as we can, and I know as a councillor I take complete faith in that committee, that task force. So if we can look at some of these things and have some good faith, and not good faith, but peace of mind to approve this as we go forward to public hearing and to second and third reading, I think it's really important to understand our position up here as well. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So few questions. One, going back to the original report, just wondering about the timing. This will be in regards to the second motion you've asked for the special meeting being April 29th. Is that just with regards to timing of wanting to complete things? That's why we're asking for, instead of doing it, say, May 6th, is just timing question.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the timing question to pass it before more development agreements come in.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Mr. Edney?
And thank you, Your Worship. Just to add to that, if you remember our discussion, I think at the last meeting, unfortunately, we have our bylaw that requires 19 days. The 29th is our first of our budget and tax rate workshops, so we would do this first thing and then do the budget and tax rate workshop after that. Matt and I are looking at our bylaw that has the 19 days, and we'll try and get that back in front of you to be something that's more in line with best practices. So
No, that was exactly my question because, I know that administration right now behind the scenes is working very, very hard on budget, and there's going to be some significant energy put into that. So was just curious about the timing. One of the things I was just wondering if we could look into, of the 45 municipalities that are using the Corvus Business Advisors, just out of a curiosity. I'm sure we do not have the answer for this right now, so I'm not expecting an answer. So the answer of I don't know is totally acceptable right now. I'm just curious of those 45, how many of them are a part of MCMC, and is there one that the MCMC uses, Mid-Sized Cities and Risk Caucus, of those municipalities? Is there ones that they use? Only the reason I bring this up and would like administration to just have a review of this is one of the things that certainly this council has learned within our 9 months of sitting in these chairs is the uniqueness that is faced. I believe Councillor Warzanowski was dancing around this a little bit when he was mentioning, say, Calgary, for example. Well, we're very different than Calgary, right? And so I'm just, out of curiosity, of those 45, how many are part of the mid-sized cities? Because mid-sized cities face very unique challenges. So if we could just have that brought back to us from administration. Again, I do not expect that you have that answer right now. The second question I have within the presentation was on page 3 of the question. And this is, so one of the reasons why we had put the request, why we had tabled the motion from the official administrator as to whether or not we were going to rescind it, was to see if other options were going to be coming back with regards to funding models for the library. And I'm wondering, in the 2 weeks since, have any other options come back, or have we been approached by the development community with other options with regards to the funding of the library? Sorry, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
It's okay. And I'm just looking around at administration, and it seems like we may have a little bit of an answer here that will be provided to you.
Okay.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Catherine Doherty. I'm the Manager of Infrastructure here at the City of Chestermere. We did speak with the development community after the last meeting where that motion was tabled, and currently, sorry, I'm battling a bit of a head cold at the moment. Currently, during those discussions we had with them, we are expecting to receive a letter from them, which would be included for the public hearing. But at the moment, the discussions are really around what we could do to work together to address the two motions that were passed. We don't have a brand new solution for a library, unfortunately. But understanding that there is a portion of the library that is responsible of the new future development, and there's a portion of the responsibility from administration, or from the municipality, my apologies. So I think that we are on a good path forward to have a discussion, and more information will be available at the public hearing.
Great, thank you. Also within the report, there's something that is in writing that I have a concern about. And so in our package, it says the development industry has expressed concerns regarding the inclusion of the new library business report 2024, which could lead to an appeal to the Land and Property Rights Tribunal. Have we sought out our own legal opinion on this? And can that legal opinion be provided to council, not at an in-camera session, and when can that happen? Because that's certainly something I have highlighted, because whenever I read something where there's a threat that we could end up in court, I think council certainly would like some further information on that from our own legal team. Mr. Edney.
Can I, sorry, just a brief question, Mr. Mayor. Can you reference where that is found in the package?
It's in the request for decision on page 3, under risk. So not in the slide deck, but in the actual RFD. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Your Worship. Through yourself to council. Just on this particular topic, I know you and I talked about this briefly offline. As far as a legal opinion, I think this is a statement that could probably apply to every single thing we do in the city. There's always a risk that someone could take us to the Land and Property Rights Tribunal, or someone could sue us over a decision that we make. So I'm not apologize for that necessarily being written in here. That's something that we always face in any decision we make. I believe at this point, if you wanted opinion of success from whether the other group would be successful, I think that's something we could get from the lawyer. Whether they would take it or not is going to be a decision of those developers, and they can do that at any point. I do think it's something I talked about in our last meeting. I do think being proactive and talking with the developers and working to find the solution should avert something like this. I would be extremely disappointed if, giving all of the back and forth we're having with them to find a solution, that they would take that route. So maybe I'll leave it with you if that's a motion you'd like to make for us to go get that legal opinion right now, or if we'd like to wait and see how the next couple of weeks play out.
I guess my concern with it is, I agree with you. Anybody can sue at any time for anything, right? Sure. I think there's a difference, though, when council receives a report and it's written, right? I think, to me, there's a difference in the escalation of that possibility, right? So certainly I think we all live with that. We've all gone through council orientation. We're all aware of our fiduciary responsibilities. We're all aware of the fact that decisions, we are all aware of what we can and cannot say publicly, all of those sorts of things, right? I think our council has a very strong awareness of those things. For me, it just gets highlighted when it's in a report. And so if a motion is needed for that, I would look to my colleagues to see if that's something that we would like. For myself, I would just suggest that, again, because it's in writing, for me, it just escalates that, and I wouldn't mind hearing back from a legal opinion as to the possibility of that, if it would be successful. Councillor Warzanowski, is his hand up? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm not sure if I'm ready to present such a motion. However, some of the things that you say do resonate, because the library OSL is new, and that was one of the reasons I had asked, how do we compare to other municipalities of our size in regards to that funding model? And if, as a councillor representing our residents, I feel comfortable that our ask for library OSL is reasonable, then I'd be confident not to ask for legal opinion. But yes, it does raise concern. So I think the tone of the ask may be, and I don't speak on all of council, but what I'm hearing from Mayor Dean is, there's a red flag here. Let's make sure that we're asking of our development community is reasonable, because they do support our development, they do support the growth of this city, and we have to ensure that what we're asking of them is reasonable, such that we maintain the level of growth that our residents expect.
Another question I had was with regards to, so our police station was paid for in a different way. So we utilized, oh my goodness. Thank you. We utilized the franchise fees for that. Is that a model that could also be utilized for, say, paying for a library? So that's been paid off. Currently, we're utilizing franchise fees within operating budget. Is that also a model that could be, I'm just looking, again, spitballing possibilities. Is that another model that could be utilized, Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, absolutely. That is a model that could be used. Of course, that's something we'll discuss at budget again. That would be $2 million in the operating budget that we would have to source from somewhere else to cover that, what would then be a shortfall in the way the budget is done now. I've talked extensively in the past about withdrawals from restricted surplus and use of franchise fees. We're slowly working our way out of that and not using restricted surplus, but we haven't been able in this one quick year to move the franchise fees out as well. But it's definitely something we could look at as an alternative funding model moving forward.
Thank you. On page, it's 54 of our agenda package, this is the transportation slide. if we could pull up the transportation slide from the presentation. I'm just wondering if just a little more clarification, if you can, with regards to the official administrator approval. So last year there was an increase of 30%. With official administrator approval, the rate was to 15, and this year is 7. Can I just hear about that process a little bit more, just for an understanding of what happened there?
Yeah, absolutely. So after this master plan was updated in 2023, the full project costs were inputted into the model. After we ran the model, the total increase we saw from 2023 to 2024 was a 30% increase in transportation. That definitely caused quite a bit of alarm amongst external and internal parties here with the offsite levies. It was a very large increase. And so something that the official administrator and we had looked into was a possible reduction. So that was not based off of anything other than the grounds that we would work with the development community and see how we could reduce that in the future. So a 30% was reduced to a 15%.
So I'll just add a little bit to that. We've done this in the past with the stormwater when we had a huge increase when we brought in a bunch of new projects. And basically, it's basically council's decision to basically phase in that increase with the understanding that maybe we're not perfect. Everyone makes errors and there's new information that comes to light. And we were able to reduce that. Although the official administrator did it last time, I think council before did it with the stormwater when we had like a huge increase, and we sat down with development industry and we cut that in half. So it is possible to do these reductions, but basically what it does, even at worst case scenario, what council is doing is saying we're going to push that into future developers' cost versus existing developers' cost. So it is tricky, but it's reasonable when you have a huge increase. And we generally say anything that when you see an increase above 15%, that raises huge in flags for us internally. So,
Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is actually maybe for Mark or Madeline. I'm just wondering, as I'm listening to this, we talk a lot about project costs increasing. Can you talk a little bit, though, about my understanding is this is new projects that maybe weren't being identified, as well as inflation on existing projects. Like for transportation, for example, could you talk or give some examples of things that got included in that maybe weren't before? Because I think even myself, I'm a little bit unsure of, is it the existing projects we had planned just keep costing more, or are we adding more projects in that then, as the city grows, to account for the city as it continues to grow?
All those things, but the main reason the increase in transportation was the transportation study moved projects forward in time. So every year we move that project forward by 4%. So in the original one, we didn't have any of the overpasses in the model. But all of a sudden, because we were growing so fast, right, those projects got moved up really quickly. And so they got pulled in, and these are big projects. They're $30, $40 million projects. So if you bring them into the model 5 years, that's 5 times 4% of that 20. That's a lot of money that gets paid by that developer. So that's why the issue was, okay, let's look at not only the projects and make sure that those are priced properly, because a lot of the cost estimates, going back to the rec center, is a level D estimate that's just like, it's based on previous other projects about that size. And then if we can get better numbers, if someone can come, and a professional can come to me instead of doing class C, we can come with a B or, that kind of level of estimate, we can use that in the model. Right?
So pardon my ignorance on what I'm about to say, because what I'm about to say may be not intelligent. With what you just said, though, wouldn't it make sense? So if you have rapid growth like we have, wouldn't it make sense to move these projects up? Because one of the big criticisms from our community is infrastructure, roads in particular. Chestermere Boulevard would be a great example. Rainbow Road would be a great example. Infrastructure has not kept up with development. So we're putting in a whole lot more humans, and we have some high density that isn't occupied yet. And there is a feeling in the community that the infrastructure hasn't kept up. So while it raises red flags for our development community, isn't that a problem they've essentially created by adding more humans? So wouldn't the project then get moved up so that the infrastructure supports the growth?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And that's what we did. And that's why we went up to 20%. But it's just the rapid change. So what's happened, if you looked at the last year's budget, the model said instead of being $106,048, it was about $120,000. So we went for 106 last year from, I don't know, it was 90 or 89 or something like that the year before. And then this year it's 113. We were able to keep all those projects. We moved them all forward, right? We were able to refine a few of them and said, these were too much money because the cost estimate was out. And other ones were, well, you really don't need to. One of the big issues that with the TMP, they said all 3 of the overpasses on the highway had to be done in the same year.
Oh, okay.
And we said, we're never, as a community, going to build all 3 overpasses in the same year.
Right.
We physically couldn't do that. We maybe build one and then 3 years later build another one and 3 years later build. So we put that into the model and that made a big difference.
Oh, okay.
So things like that we were able to talk to the development industry and they go, really, Mark, are you going to build all 3 of these in that year?
Right.
And the answer is, you're absolutely right. That's not reasonable.
So with what you're just talking about, is that not something that also, English, would that not also be included in the report that council is supposed to receive annually as Section 7 of the bylaw dictates? Because Section 7 of the bylaw dictates that we are supposed to see an annual report of projects completed, projects being worked on, cost estimates, and actual cost spendings in an annual report each year. This is all laid out in Section 7, and these would be questions that I would be asking at public hearing, but since we're there right now, is that not something that council, what you just said, sounds great, is that not something council should also see as to how that gets laid out as part of that?
Yeah, specifically when it involves the offsite levies, all of that information is included in the report for future expenses. So all of the estimates is broken down in each individual bucket in the projects, how much is left in there. Anything that's historical would be those financial reports that are completed for council.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to administration and our presenters again, I understand this is really complex and I'm trying to understand the nuance of it. So I'm asking questions that are maybe not fair. I'm trying not to be unfair. I'm just trying to understand the question better. And your point of the overpasses is a great point of what I was going to say. So my what I want to say is when we have these conversations, when we have these large increases to our offsite levy model, and then we enter into discussions with the developer, and the developer goes, well, it's a really large change here, we can't afford it, or whatever reason is given, we say, okay, we'll just push that other portion down the line. But are we pushing that cost onto another business? So are we allowing the businesses that are developing now to get a better rate, and we're going, okay, we're just going to put that more expensive rate on XYZ developer that's going to develop phase 30 or development area 30, which doesn't exist yet. I just made up. So,
great question. We do that. We look at that. We don't actually recommend to council to defer any of these unless we believe there is potential for cost saving to reduce that rate. So we wouldn't say, hey, reduce this by 50%, and we had no inkling that that would not occur, that you couldn't achieve that. If it was just simply pushing it to future, that's our role is to balance existing and future developers, and we would make our recommendation to council, and you can make the decision, obviously. But we don't make those recommendations lightly. For example, if the library, if you guys said, okay, we're going to defer it by 50%. If there's a chance that we could reduce that cost because we're going to go put it with a rec facility or with a high school or something, and there's a good chance that we could reduce that cost significantly, that makes sense. But if you just said we don't want to reduce it by 50% and there was nothing behind it to back it, my response back as the offsite levy and Madeline, as we manage the model, would be, we don't believe that's fair. So,
Thank you very much. That was a great answer. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I'm trying to understand some of these comments. So when we're talking about something like sanitation or other underground infrastructure, if we defer that several years, does the change in population impact what portion of that we can collect from OSL? And I'll contextualize that, because for recreation for libraries, we can only charge OSL for future growth from today's population. So deferring those items does impact the total amount of OSL we can collect. I'm wondering if there's a difference between those types of OSL versus underground infrastructure.
very complicated question because there's a two-part answer to that, and I'll let Madeline answer one, I think. But basically, deferring a project doesn't mean we won't collect the money. It just means instead of the rate being $100, it'll be $110. So if on the future guys. The other part of that is we don't defer, like on a sanitary trunk, if I can't defer it if there's no capacity, period, right? Now, if there's existing capacity in the existing system and I can somehow jimmy that up and they want to pay for that throwaway cost and we can defer it a couple of years, then we can maybe talk about that as a utility engineer, right? But we don't, like on a piece of infrastructure, I guess as an engineer, I like to always say, we don't build grand pianos. Everything's not finely tuned. We have a few years to, nothing will fall totally apart until we get to the point where it does. But we usually have some wiggle room in our designs, so we can defer a year and we can get some better information, right? There's nothing wrong with that. But I do think that the overall bucket, and you'll see in those charts, it always comes back to 0 and 25 years in the report. So when we delay something, we've still collected it. So we might move the 25-year window out by changing the size of that pipe, or like sometimes our infrastructure isn't always designed exactly for 25 years to today. It might be 30 years, but 5 years of that would be paid by the future guys. So there's a bunch of stuff like that we do in our infrastructure. And the model's very complicated. It will take some of that stuff out. I'm not sure I can answer it because it's really complicated.
I'm understanding that it's very complicated.
Yeah.
I suppose at the most basic level, what I'm wondering is which of these OSLs do we lose an opportunity to collect on? So the total amount that the city can receive for a project on OSL. Which of these OSLs do we lose out on the total amount we can collect if we push it out a year or 2 or 5?
Can I repeat the question back to you? Because I feel like it's a little bit, I just want to make sure we're understanding correctly. From my understanding, is your question is if we specifically use soft levies as a reference, we have this percentage split between municipal share and offsite levies. And so your question is, as the city grows, if we push this out, if we push out the soft levies a year or so, then the city has seen more growth, which means the existing population is greater than the original estimate. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mm-hmm. Okay. As long as my basic assumption, which this is how OSL for things like rec center and libraries have been explained to me, is that we can only collect, for example, a library for a population between roughly 30,000 right now population and whatever the future is. So even though our current library only suits a population of maybe 10,000, we can't collect for that population of 10,000 to 30. So that is one of the risks that I see in some of these levies by putting them out, because you're not really deferring it to other businesses, you're deferring it to other ratepayers in the future. And I'm wondering if that assumption is correct or if different OSLs function in different ways.
So thank you for that clarification. Yeah, I guess specifically on the soft, because they're soft, they're not like, I know how much water each person uses, and I can, by that, I can figure out how big each pipe is and all that kind of stuff. Same with, and that is set by, on soft, that is set by council and the community. So for example, I'll just use the library. The library uses they set the usage at 0.5 square foot per person. So yeah, we're trying to, once it's implemented, we start that. And so when we did these models, we assumed that the construction of this is 2028. So that's the zero date. So I guess to your point, as long as we got this offsite levy before 2028, those numbers would be the same, other than inflation, okay? Because it wouldn't change any of the population differential, right? Now, if we delayed it to, say, you didn't get an offsite levy until 2030, what you answered about moving it onto the ratepayers would be true, okay, on that situation. Same with if we decide to do that with a sanitary lift station, right? So we do that calculation as well. Like we're doing that a little bit with the stormwater, right? Because we have all these people doing these temporary evaporation ponds. They're paying the number, but they're not paying for today. They're paying for the 25 years. So it's a little bit, yeah.
Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Your Worship. I actually just wanted to circle back to make a comment around Councillor Grant's, some of his questions. I just wanted council, I guess, to be aware this is a complicated process. You're hearing that, you're seeing that. We have recently formed an internal offsite levy committee consisting not just of members from engineering and planning, but from finance and administration to really tackle this issue. I don't want to use the word problem, but I think just listening to your questions and comments, this is the problem of the offsite levies we have right now, is how fast we're growing. The longer we wait to collect, the more difficult it becomes to collect. There becomes a portion that the city's financing. You can see from the balances in almost all of our offsite levy accounts that we don't have the full money in there to pay for any of these. So yeah, we can take a debenture, but that counts against our corporate debt limit. So we've really got a complex process in front of us over the next few years. So just wanted to mention to you that internally we're putting a big focus on this with this working committee to, try and find some solutions and come back for some things to council to better inform you.
Deputy Mayor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Just furthering on that and some of the other questions I've been asking, I'd really like to understand this difference of treatment between the different kinds of OSLs, because I know we call some of these soft services or soft OSL, but I mean, we're not talking about concepts, we're talking about physical infrastructure, right? And what I'm hearing is maybe I don't understand how population plays into the collection of OSL as well as I thought I did. And I'm wondering if what we've been told, is that built into the MGA, or is this the decision we've made? This concept of we can only charge based on today's population, even if we have a deficit currently. So I'm anticipating that this is a much longer conversation that will require a lot of back and forth and asking questions, because my level of understanding is many levels below all y'all's. So there's that. But on that line of reasoning as well, this is why it's so helpful to have rate comparisons. And there is this Appendix H rate comparison in here. And this is hard data to gather because it's not necessarily all easy to put into a spreadsheet, but I wonder if there's more information that we could get for comparisons. For example, density is going to play a huge role in what communities are charging for their OSL, and that's just reasonable. So for example, City of Beaumont average 53,000 per hectare, but I'm assuming that they're not aiming for 8 doors per, so that to me, that's a really interesting number that would be helpful. Is there any way to get that kind of data?
The short answer is we could, but at the end of the day, you're still comparing apples to oranges.
Right.
So I can give you an example. Like an offsite levy and what projects are included are a big part of this. I can give you an example. When I was in Strathmore, they didn't include the arterial roads in their transportation level. They included signals. Here, we include our arterial roads, but we don't include signals. So what's going into the numerator really matters, right? The denominator is correct. The density is very important as well. How much land you're going to use for every single to support. So we convert, like on your master plans on the sewer and water, your hard costs. It's basically we go and convert how much liters of water each person uses, converts that to a pipe size, which then goes, and then we say that cost of that pipe, and then we say, well, that's based on 19 units per acre or hectare, and that's what and 3.2 people per house and all that kind of jazz. And that's how we come up with that. Now, if any of those things change, those would change. Now, that's why it's important and why we update the master plans every 5 years. Because if things change, we capture that. But we're building our community, right? What our community needs. Right?
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a good answer, Mark, there. And just through yourself to Councillor Sandbo, Deputy Mayor Sandbo, sorry. I'll stop doing that. I wanted to hit back on the population thing because I think that sometimes gets lost, and I think I can explain it really simply because I think I'm pretty simple, and this is the way it was explained to me. So why population is important is because it considers are you building this project just to serve the residents that are already here? So if that's the answer, then it should be paid from the tax base. You're not going to ask a developer who's developing new land to pay for something that services the residents that are already here. Stormwater is a good example. So if you lived down West Chestermere Drive, there's already a stormwater solution for you. So when a new community gets built and needs a stormwater solution, you shouldn't have to pay for any of that because you've already paid for that when your house was built. So that's how the population comes in on some of these. So is it servicing the existing population that sits here today, or is it servicing just the new population? So transportation's a good example of one where our existing population uses these existing roads. So if it's a repair or something to that road, then our existing population needs to pay part of that. If it's only an increase to that road because we have the new people, then that's where the offsite levy pays for it. So if we said we're not going to grow and we don't need to do anything in this community, we probably don't need to twin. We do need to twin 17th Avenue. That's a bad example, but because that should have been done before. But we may not have needed to twin Rainbow Road if we hadn't built Dawson and Chelsea and Waterford. So that's where that comes in. And when you look at something like the library, for example, if we were today to just build a library that serviced 30,000 people, we'd pay 100% because we already have the 30,000 people. So that's where the population comes in. If we're going to build it for 60, and 60 is going to happen in the next 25 years, the new people, the new 30, through the developer will pay half of that cost for the 30,000. So it's not straightforward. You have to look at everything. Rec's a good example, the rec center, right? If we built a much scaled down, small, little rec center to just service our population, you may not, and you somehow limited access to the new people coming in, you would expect the city to just pay for that. So that one's not as quite simple because you have to say we have a rec center, we're going to build a new one, but we know our current residents are going to go there. So our existing tax base has to pay for part of that. You can't just put it on the new people. So something like water or sanitary, I don't need new sanitary at my house. You probably don't need it at yours because we already exist. But somebody new who comes in needs to pay for it, and that's why it ends up being 100% on the developer. Does that make sense, or did I just confuse myself?
That was great. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. As an illustrative example, to make sure I'm understanding, Rainbow Road North, in the budget, we voted to pave and upgrade Rainbow Road North. So that arguably is for an existing population. That was not included in the OSL.
So I can answer that real quickly. So what we are planning to do on Rainbow Road right now is just to service what we have in the community at this point. So there was already a road there. We're just making that road better for our current population. Where some of the friction is with administration is that road needs to be widened. That road needs to be upgraded when you have the development to the west start. That, though, isn't in the works right now. That's not planned for a few years down the road. So a few years down the road, when that development comes in, we'll need to upgrade Rainbow Road, likely make it to 4 lanes, make it urban standard, and it actually changes course a little bit to account for the interchanges that Mark was talking about earlier. So then at that point, there's a part of that road that gets paid for by the developers. But what we're doing today is simply fixing the road to the state, or to a better state that it should have been for our current population. So that's why that was a separate item in our budget coming out of, I think, of our MSI grants and not out of the offsite levies. If we waited 5 years, it might be at least a 50% offsite project. Is that right, Mark?
So as long as it added capacity, that's the criteria that I use. If it's just making it smoother, faster, that doesn't add capacity, right? But if I went there, or the other one that I sometimes go is the old one didn't have a sidewalk, right? And our new standard is we need a pathway. And legitimately, that's an act of transportation that's in our master plan. That sidewalk, or that would be portion of that, would be, we wouldn't do that for the old population, that we only do that for the new population. So for more or less, unless it adds another lane or those things, then it can't be an offsite levy. But if it, or, that's why those things are in there, where if you're just paving the road and you're basically, or you're replacing the asphalt. So if you have a street and there's potholes all over it, and you want to go do an overlay over it, that is not an offsite levy project, period. So that's, I think Kent's done a really good job of explaining what offsite levies, and if we go outside of that, we will be challenged, right? That's most of the challenges that go through the land. It's because of this idea that we haven't looked at making sure that everyone's paying their fair share, right? Just because a previous council decided not to provide a service, and now you want to provide a service to your council, that doesn't mean the future people should pay for that service for the old people, right? I guess.
Thank you. Final question I have, and I think that this may be more appropriately brought back to the public hearing part of the presentation, but developer engagement. It says that a concern has been expressed regarding the steady increase in offsite levies and the additional soft levies. So they've expressed this concern. Basically, the way I read that is they don't want to pay more, right? Would be their concern. They have concern about the steady increase in our offsite levies. I would suggest back to our development community that our residents are bringing forward concerns right now with regards to their assessment values, because their assessment values are going up. Right? So the cost of a home in Chestermere. Now, I understand that in an offsite levy in an existing community, right? If I have a house right now and my house just went up by assessment value of $100,000, that's not relating. However, our brand new homes, right, that are opening are worth more today than when the development agreement was approved 2 years ago, right? So I would also suggest that to that concern, is there not also a, yeah, but when that was approved, the house that you're going to sell now from the time your ASP and everything else was approved is worth more. You're going to be able to sell it at a higher value than you were going to when that was approved. Would that not be a fair comment back to that concern?
I would just make a comment that you're correct, and there will always be a concern that prices are increasing, and that's for the development, that's for existing population. Right. So it truly is just a blanket statement. There is concern, and so more of a comment that administration is very aware that these increases are not just based off of inflation. An 18% increase on the high end is very significant. Sure. And so we're aware that there are concerns, and the same as you had mentioned, existing population is concerned about the increase. Yeah.
Well, not just our existing population, right, but new homes, right? I mean, this is a it's currently, in some ways, affordable housing is currently a federal election issue that's being discussed, right? So I think it's both and. Mark?
I think this is a great question for the development industry. I think the way it's written is not exactly how it's expressed to us.
Oh, okay.
So they're not opposed to increases to cover costs and all this stuff. There is some concerns that we've done a lot of master plan changes, and what really hit them hard was those master plans were done 5 years ago, and it would be okay if inflation was 2% per year, and that would have been a 10% per increase in the offsite levies. But we had a 20-30% increase in inflation. And so when we did that upgrade of that plan, it increased. Bang, I got hit with that upgrade. Bang, I got hit with this one. We did 3 or 4 master plans updates. So they're just going, we're getting hit with these huge increases, no fault of anybody, and then we got to sell these houses and try to make it affordable and be competitive. Right. So I think part of that is I think a lot of their concerns can be addressed by the fact that most of those master plans are done. The only one that's still really outstanding is a REC, right? Next year, like, we have the fire done, we have water and sewer done, we have transportation done, right? We have storms a little bit. We still have with the final detail design, and REC. So I think those are some of the issues. It's just a rapid, and part of that was we've changed our policy now that we add inflation every year, because before, when it was 2%, that's within the error of those estimates. It's not a big deal. But when inflation goes up to 8-10%, it throws everybody out to loop. So then they see these 10% increase every year. They're going, wait, inflation's now only at 2%. Why am I still seeing a 10% increase?
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. Councillor Warzanowski, and then Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mary. I'll keep this short. I've studied economics for a long time, and I have an interest in it. I just want to add on to Mayor Dean's commentary about cost and offsite levies. And that's why, I trust administration is doing a good job of communicating with our development community. But one thing that I think needs to be stated, and I think, Mark, you kind of touched on it, is the price of our home has nothing to do with our offsite levy, actually. The market decides the price in any free market, for any product out there. That's how it works. It's a simple supply and demand kind of macroeconomic factor. What will end up happening is, if we start asking for too much on the OSLs, is the developers will just stop developing because they can no longer make money. So that's what we have to decide. How do we balance our OSL model while still encouraging the growth that our residents would expect? If our residents want no growth and and a whole bunch of other things, then we can increase our offsite levies to a point where only expensive homes will be bought and our growth shrinks to negative. If we want growth, then we have to find a balance on the expectations of what our residents want. So I just want to make that comment. The market sets the price, nothing else.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you. And to that point that Councillor Warzanowski made, this is why I kind of brought it up to Build when they were here about, I understand that costs increase and they're ever increasing, but we're developing areas on our map that are hundreds of acres. Like, why not make those areas smaller and lock in the offsite levy cost to a smaller area? Now you have consistency in your model, and you can sell your homes for what you thought you can sell them for. As things change 5 years down the road, there's a new offsite levy model that you got to put into your new formula. Like, I think it's a good solution, and I don't think it was really given the credence by Build that it should have been.
Okay, with that, Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to make one quick comment of, maybe this is a suggestion similar to the police committee questions that's coming later in this report. There has been a lot of questions here. I think what I'm going to suggest is administration is going to put together a little bit of an FAQ. Give us a couple weeks, because there's been a lot here, but we'll watch the video again. I know we've all made some notes on what questions have been asked, and we'll come back with some written responses as well to those in time.
Can that just come to the public hearing?
Yep, we can bring that to the public hearing. Something we'll send around to council too, just for your information. And maybe we'll get comms to make it something nice and pretty that can go up on the website too. So a lot of questions. We'll try and get some written answers and for these for you as well.
That'd be great. Thank you. Okay, with that, I believe we have two motions that we're looking for. One is to pass first reading, and just to clarify again, this is just to get it on the table so that we can book the public hearing. This is not the final approval of the bylaw. This is simply to get it onto the table so that then we can talk about the bylaw at the April 29th special meeting, so long as things pass here and all of those sorts of things. So can I have the first motion with regards to this, please? Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give first reading to bylaw number 013-25, being the offsite levy bylaw as presented.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously, thank you. And then the next motion for the public hearing, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council schedule a special meeting of council and hold a public hearing for bylaw 013-25 for April 29th, 2025 at 9 a.m. in council chambers.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Are there together additional? Yeah. Okay. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council direct administration to gather additional information regarding bylaw 013-25 to come back with the report to the April 29, 2025 public hearing.
Comments, questions from council? The only comment I would make would be, council, I would encourage you that if you have some others, even to just help expedite this, if you have any of the questions, and I'm willing to do this as well, just email your questions to administration. Mr. Edney had hinted at, though, they were going to go back and watch the video. I think to help administration, if we could help expedite some of that with some of the questions that we've had, just to email those questions to administration, I think would be helpful. We're sending those to Mr. Edney. Okay, so any of the questions that that you had, please email those to Mr. Edney, who will then work with administration accordingly. With that, we'll call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Are there any other motions with regards to this matter? Nope, that's it. Okay, so we'll take a recess and we'll come back at 11:05. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We're just coming back from our recess, and we are now moving on to item 8.3, which is bylaw 001-25, the Assessment Review Board bylaw, and this is being presented by Josh, Legislative Assistant 2.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Josh Estanislao, Ledge Assistant 2, and I'm here on behalf of administration to present the updated Assessment Review Board bylaw. So, just as a preface, we have circulated a red line version of the Assessment Review Board bylaw on your desks. And this will be circulated to the public as well right after this council meeting. So basically for that, there was just an oversight between the bylaw that we have gotten back from legal with our current committee bylaw for point 3.3 and 4.3. They have been amended to reflect the language on bylaw 026-24 being our committee bylaw, which states that public members have rotating lengths of membership to maintain quorum for 1, 2, and 3 years. Meanwhile, the one on your package states that the public members will have a 3-year term. So it's been amended to reflect our current committee bylaw. So with that being said, our recommendations to council is to approve this bylaw and to replace our old bylaw, which is 005-20, and all of its amendments, and to proceed with first, second, and third reading.
Great, thank you. So then motion-wise, would we be looking, do we need to rescind the old bylaw?
So we've prepared a motion to approve this bylaw and to replace all of the amendments to it.
So on this, though, don't we have to do first, second, and third reading?
It's right after there.
Just order-wise, though, shouldn't we do first, second, and third? Mr. Barrett, I'm going to try this. Oscario.
You got it. Thank you. Absolutely. So just to the clerks, what I would suggest doing is that we provide the 3 readings as amended. As amended, because there are amendments in the attachment, which I'd recommend. So procedurally, we'll get to the first 3 readings for council to consider, and then we will go to the subsequent resolution provided.
Okay. Okay, so can I have a councillor make the first motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give first reading to bylaw 001-25 being the Assessment Review Board bylaw as amended.
Right, okay, thank you. Do we want to specify what the amendments were underneath this? No, we're just doing it as amended. Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Just out of curiosity, the numbering convention, this is number 1 of 2025, but we've also approved bylaws already this year?
Through the chair to Councillor Deputy Mayor Sambo. So the way we do it is we assign bylaw numbers based on the chronological order that we got them from the start of the year. So at the beginning of the year, which is basically January, this was the first bylaw that was sent over to legal, or the very first bylaw that Ledge Services was working on, hence why it was given the 001 number, but it's just coming to council now because we've only gotten it back from legal, so.
Good. Mr. Boscario?
Thank you, Mayor, and to Deputy Mayor Sambo, and to the rest of council. You will be seeing some numbering conventions coming forward that may be previous, so a little out of order, but just an FYI that will be the case moving forward for a few of these bylaws coming forward.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council on first reading? Great. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the motion for second reading, please? Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council give second reading to bylaw 001-25 being the Assessment Review Board ARB bylaw as amended.
I don't think there's any amendments now. unless we make an amendment from the first reading. So the first reading was as amended. We've passed that. So unless anybody wants to make a change to the bylaw now, there's no amendment. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for second reading. Is there anything that, any comments anybody has with relation to this bylaw of anything else that would need to be amended? Okay, thank you. So we have the motion. Can I call for the vote, please? I guess I just asked myself a rhetorical question. Councillor Grant? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. The next motion, please. Can I have a councillor for this motion, please, to give us permission? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council.
Can we stop this? Sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Edney.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just so the second reading was completed, and then the next motion, sorry, clerk, if you can move it to the next motion. And is there a subsequent motion after that?
Yep.
Thank you. So this is fine. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, because to do all, no, to do all three readings in a meeting, we have to do this, and it has to be unanimous. Yeah.
I just don't like to give permission, but it'll accomplish its work.
So it's good? Okay, thank you.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Okay. Councillor Randawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give permission to proceed with the third and final reading to bylaw 001-25-25 being the Assessment Review Board bylaw.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote.
Boom.
And that is carried unanimously, meaning that we can now proceed with third reading. So can I have Councillor give third and final reading? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move council give third and final to bylaw 001-25 being the Assessment Review Board bylaw.
I believe the word reading should be after final.
Yeah. Would you like me to restate, Mayor?
Please? Yeah, restate, please.
I move that council give third and final reading to bylaw 001-25 being the Assessment and Review Board ARB bylaw.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We're now moving to bylaw 002-25, the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board bylaw, also being presented by Josh.
Good morning again, Mayor and Council. Josh Estanislao from Ledge Services on behalf of administration to present bylaw 002-25 being the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board bylaw. So our recommendations to Council would be to adopt bylaw 002-25 and replace bylaw 004-16 being the old SDAB bylaw and all of its amendments, and then proceed with first, second, and third reading. So just to touch up on two of the major changes, one is now it allows the members and the applicant to participate virtually, which is not included in our old SDAB bylaw. And the other one is adding a limit to having 3 consecutive terms, which is in line with the other municipalities and their SDAB bylaws. And another comment that I have would be on page 8 of the bylaw, point 13.3, there has been another oversight from the bylaw that we have received, and it says that the clerk will be responsible with advertising the. So we do not know what this was supposed to be, so we recommend just striking it out and accepting the amendments and passing it as it is, because the responsibilities of the clerk are otherwise mentioned in the bylaw itself. It's just that point that needs to be striked out.
Great, thank you. I apologize. I do believe we have to go back in time. I think there was one other motion that we needed to make with relation to 8.3, and that was the replacement. Because remember, we didn't make it. We did the 3 readings.
To the clerk.
Yeah. This one. We didn't do this.
Thank you.
Correct? My memory's correct, right? Okay. Sorry, can I have a councillor make this motion, please? We just got to go back to item 8.3 just to finish it off. Sorry, Josh. Councillor Narayan.
It's moved that council approve the adoption of bylaws 001-25 being the assessment review board bylaw to replace bylaws 005-20 being the assessment review board bylaw and all its amendments.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Okay, and that's carried unanimously. Now moving to item 8.4, we'll have Josh do the full presentation. I'm just kidding. So I believe we're going to go through the exact same process here. So can I have the first motion, please, to do first reading of bylaw 002-25? As amended. Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Narayan.
It's moved that council give first reading to bylaws 001-25 being no. Yeah. There we go. That's the right one. Move that council give first reading to bylaw 002-25 being the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board SDAB bylaw as amended.
Comments, questions from council? Councillor Narayan.
Just thank you, Your Worship, through you to the presenter. So, from what I understand, the amendments are not as a result of regulatory changes. These are internal changes.
Through the chair to Councillor Narayan, so yes, that would be internal changes. Basically, the bylaw was being forwarded just to streamline the process and to have more transparency regarding remuneration and the processes for the SDAB, but it's also been just updated just to follow legislation.
Okay, and I just have a follow-up.
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor Narayan.
And I'm referring to item number 9 that says chair and vice chair. And it states that the members of the board shall elect from its membership on an annual basis a chair, but it also says the chair must be a councillor. So if the council must be a chair, then how do you elect?
Through the chair, I would defer this question to Matthew.
Through the mayor, just for clarity. So 9.1 is talking about the board shall elect a chair and vice chair, and then 9.3 indicates the chair must be a councillor. So the election of the chair from the composition of the board will just make a note that the only people on the board who are up for election of the chair are councillors on that board. So it'll just be clarified during the election time.
Okay, and thank you for that. And if I may just add, because currently we don't have the provision, and we do let essentially anyone on the board, to put the name forward to be then, of course, elected as the chair. Historically, we have kind of relied on a number of factors, including who would be the most experienced / trained / I don't know if you want to use the term competent, and it has worked quite well. I mean, I have been serving on on the board for some time. I am probably the most experienced, but I just don't know if we should always make it so that it has to be a councillor that would be a chair. That's just my opinion.
Councillor Ryan, also on that point, the composition of the board is only one councillor, right? Because it's one councillor and one alternate, meaning the idea of talking about an election is it's not even a right. So I believe what you're getting at is should we just strike 9.3 from the bylaw?
And I would support that if members of council indulge with me on that.
Mr. Buscario.
Yep. So to council procedurally, then, if a motion's going to go forward, just to make that amendment, I would recommend putting a motion forward and then voting on that motion, and then we can proceed with the readings as amended.
Yeah, Councillor Ryan, I would support you on this as well with regards to that. So do you want to make a motion to remove 9.3 from the bylaw?
Yes, please.
Well, it would just go as amended then. Because we have a motion on the floor for first reading right now. Sorry?
Yeah. So absolutely, Mr. Mayor, I would just, because the as amended was just noted from administration that it was that one provision that was kind of a hanging sentence. But now that we're adding this one, I would just suggest that we make a note of striking so it's clear.
So it's not a separate, I don't think it's a separate motion.
Exactly. You are correct, but
so can we just copy and paste that and put it on the other motion?
Yeah, and I would recommend just making note of the 9.3 being stricken.
Yes. Yeah, so what I'm suggesting is copy and paste what you have there and put it on this slide as a bullet point. Yep.
Yeah, that works.
Administration, we're happy? Councillor Narayan, can you restate the motion now that we've added this, please?
Yes, most certainly, Your Worship. So move that Council give first reading to Bylaw 002-25 being the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board SDAB bylaw with the following amendments. Remove item 9.3.
Great, thank you. Any further comments, questions with regards to the motion? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the second motion, please? Great. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give second reading bylaw 002-25 being the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And again, that's carried unanimously. And the next motion, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council give permission to proceed with third and final reading of bylaw 002-25 being the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board SDAB bylaw.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously, meaning that we can then proceed with third and final reading. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give third and final reading to bylaw 002-25 being the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board SDAB bylaw.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously, and I believe we'll have one more motion similar to what we had with this is to replace bylaw 004-16. There it is. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Warzanowski.
Motion, council approve the adoption of bylaw 002-25 being the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board SDAB bylaw to replace bylaw 004-16 being the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board bylaw and all its amendments.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it. Now moving to item 9.1, which is our action list. This is being presented by our CAO, Mr. Kent Edney.
All right, thank you, Your Worship. Through yourself to council, there should be an updated version of the action list that was handed out to you that has some green coloring in it. Apologize, the list that's in the agenda item actually had all the completed items removed, so it wasn't very easy to talk to or very easy to see what has been completed since our last update on the action item list. The one in front of you is the action list from 2025. You'll see we've removed about 8 different things off of that action item list, and there's an update with just a few that will be coming back quickly to council here in the next few weeks to be addressed. One thing I was going to mention that we'll do going forward is keep a list of the completed items so that they're in this agenda, so you can keep track of, if you're thinking about something, hey, did that get completed? Did it get missed? At least there's a full comprehensive report here that will identify what has been completed throughout the year. So that's something you'll see next month when we bring the next update. But again, no big updates. We're just slowly working away at all the different council motions, and we'll continue to bring you updates on them. Is there any questions on anything in particular on the list?
I don't have a. Oh, sorry, Councillor Grant. No, I go last. It's a thing.
It's a you thing. So thank you, Mr. Edney. Through the chair to administration, I am wondering about the timing of Rainbow Road North.
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Grant, we've had the RFP close. We've got the design and the construction supervision request for proposals has been completed and awarded. So they're doing the design. I know I've had some questions. What do you need to design a road? There's actually a fair bit that goes into designing the road when it's a complete rebuild like this. It's not just a resurfacing, but it's rebuilding the base. So they'll get that engineering done, and then we'll get the tender out. I don't have a firm time on the engineering, but it is sort of priority number 1 for the capital projects team. So I'll bring back an update, hopefully on the next action item list. And we should have a report coming in early May with an update on all the variants for our operating budget, but also an update on all of our capital projects for you as well.
Thank you, Mr. Edney. That's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah, because I'd like to clarify that as well, because I would definitely, I think all our residents, we have put out a pamphlet with our 2025 capital projects list that includes things like the paving over at Sunset Beach, the raised crosswalks, the Rainbow Road North, there's some other items as well. So those will be specifically spoken to at budget as we're approving the finalized 2025 budget. Is that correct?
Yeah, so through the chair, you've already approved the finalized capital budget, so that won't be part of our final budget discussions. It'll just be the operating budget. But we'll bring, I guess, a summary of where we're at that point in time. And my only other answer is none of them will be completed fast enough for the public. So we'd all like them done right away, but we are shooting to meet all our targets of having everything done this construction season. So
right, so they won't be completed by the end of next week, is what you're saying.
They weren't completed last week either. So.
Just confirming. I forgot my original question now. I should have gone first. I remember. This list that we've received, so we received a paper copy here this morning with the completed, and thank you for that. I think it is important for us to show what's been completed. Otherwise, it could have the appearance that we're just always in progress on something. Has this been updated as part of the council package online? And if it hasn't been, can we make sure that we do that so that our residents can also see the updated version? I believe I'm going over to Ledge Services for this one.
Through the chair. So the list that we gave out to you this morning with the green highlighted ones are the ones that have been recently completed from the last executive team meeting. So the way we do our action list right now is whenever there's an item that was completed, we hide it. So technically it's still in there, but we will definitely make a new list starting the next update, so we can show all of the completed items to the public.
Sorry, what I'm asking, and I'm willing to have this come to a motion, can we put this online?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. We'll put it online.
Perfect. And we don't need a motion for that. That'll just happen. Great. Perfect. Thank you. With that, I believe we're just accepting this for information. Is that correct? Great, thank you. Can I have, is there any other comments or questions from council with regards to the action list? Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
I move that council accept the 2024 and 2025 action list for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 10.1, Police Communications Committee update questions presented by, again, our CAO, Mr. Kent Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just through yourself to council, we discussed all of these items. I believe it was at not our last GAP meeting, but the one prior where Councillor Narayan had some questions from the police committee. There was a motion to just bring back some written responses. So I've done my best to capture the responses that were presented. A couple of them have a little bit of an update since I had originally made the original statement back in that council meeting. So I don't think there's anything necessarily to go through. It's just to have a written record of those responses.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Narayan, this is something that you had brought forward from your work on that committee. Is there any comments or questions that you have with regards to this report?
Thank you, Your Worship. No, just through you to Mr. Edney, thank you for a more complete response to this. This is awesome. Thank you.
And then, Councillor Narayan, would the plan be, so this is now a public document, would your plan then be that you're just going to bring this with you to the next Police Communications Committee meeting?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. So you're not looking for any further action from administration on this? Great, thank you. So then can I have the motion to accept for information, please? Councillor Narayan?
Yes, thank you. I move the council accept the answers to the Police Communications Committee questions for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 11.1, which is policy 856, which is our grant adjudication committee terms of reference, presented by Ms. Ruby Brar, Manager of Family and Community Support Services.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. As Mayor had mentioned, my name is Ruby Brar. I'm the Manager of Community Services. I'm here to present updates on the Grant Adjudication Committee policy. So recommendations to Council is that Council approve the updated Grant Adjudication Policy 856 as presented. So just some background as to why we have a few changes. The Community Services team has done extensive research and consultation with administration, the Grant Adjudication Committee, Council, and external community groups on updating the municipal grants program. As a result, some adjustments and changes have been proposed in the policy and corresponding processes to adapt these recommended changes. Some implications with the changes or some semantic adjustments to provide clarity and context have been added with refinement of exclusionary criteria. This is to help empower the committee and allow council involvement to be within the committee's scope as well. Finally, the 35% cap for the FCSS United Way Stream was removed to allow for discernment of funding allocation to be within the bounds of the committee and prevent confusion of funding caps between multiple streams. And then just a risk would be procedural changes will make the process easier to navigate for applicants and provide clear expectations for. So I won't go over the entire policy, but whatever was changed was highlighted. And if you look through, essentially a lot of it is highlighted on page 3, and that's because things were kind of moved around because it wasn't reading correctly or clearly before. So that's why a lot of it's highlighted. And the things that were changed, again, were the cap and that the recommendations would be provided to council for information at a later council date.
Great, thank you. Administration, I would like to open this up just for questions and conversation before a motion, because I have a number of questions about this.
Mm-hmm.
Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Council, turning to you first for any questions that you have with regards to this policy. Councillor Warzanowski.
I have two quick questions, and they'll be short. Through our chair, administration to you, Ms. Brar. The grant Adjudication Committee reviewed these TORs, and this is their feedback, the summary of the feedback of the grant adjudication findings from review of the TOR. Is that correct?
They were provided with the information of the changes that were upcoming, and they will be provided the updated TOR afterwards as well. So
where did the feedback come from for this TOR?
For the
For
changes?
the revisions, yes.
For the revisions, it was a combination of the Grant Adjudication Committee and external community groups, and the workshop that we had with council as well, some council members.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments from council with regards to this policy? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to administration and Ms. Brar, I have a question about the removal of the cap. And being on this committee, I kind of understand the reasoning for it. I want to know what we're doing to make sure that there's still equitable distribution to the many groups that apply for the grant streams.
Yeah, no, through the chair to Councillor Grant, I appreciate that. Essentially, we're removing the cap because it was not clear with the cap being administered to the FCSS United Way stream, because 35%, it was confused as to whether it was the total pot, one of them, or the latter, whatever it was. It was confusing for applicants and honestly confusing for administration as well. We are reviewing the process for review for the committee right now. So the report card criteria essentially is being looked at, and we are talking about how to make sure that the funds are being distributed equally. And we've added quite a few criteria as well to make sure we're ensuring that funds are being distributed amongst multiple streams. Yeah.
Thank you.
Coming from this previously from this community before taking on this role, I'm a big fan that this is coming out and providing more flexibility for the committee to be able to make some decisions and some clarity on that. I very much support administration's movement on this. This is a great step. Any other questions with regards to this policy? Councillor Warzanowski.
This is one question that I would ask through our chair and to you, Ms. Brar, and maybe administration. One of the committees that I sit on just reviewed our TORs, and we'll be presenting revisions also to it. What we recognized when in review of our TORs on that other committee is there was some redundancy with the committee bylaw that we have established. I would only ask that before this goes to approval, I guess the question is, did we review our committee bylaw to make sure that there's no redundancy? Because when we are proposing some of the changes to our TORs with this other committee, we are deleting a lot of the things and just simply referencing our committee bylaw. Because our committee bylaw, for example, tells you how many members, how many councillors, what their terms are, some of those details, which may be often what we'd notice could be either redundant or in competition with the terms of reference.
Through the chair to Councillor Warzanowski, we haven't removed any redundancies that we found. We did cross-reference with the committee bylaw to make sure nothing was conflicting. That is something we can definitely take a look at with legislative services as well.
I think if you've done it, I'm comfortable with that. But if you want to take an extra step, I mean, by all means, I'd support that. But I just wanted to ask a question that it was reviewed. Thank you.
Okay, I'm in. So on page 2 of our package, it's page 228. But on page 2 of the actual policy, it says responsibilities of the Grant Adjudication Committee is mandated to 1A, advocate locally, regionally, and provincially to enhance social infrastructure to benefit the community and its residents. I guess the question I would have for you, Ms. Brar, as well as I guess for councillors, for Councillor Grant and Deputy Mayor Sandbo, who sit on this committee, is what advocacy work is currently being done by this committee with relation to this, since it is in our terms of reference?
To the chair, I can answer that partially. So I think the advocacy piece is always ongoing. We're always looking for more funding. Part of that is even administration coming to council looking for more funding for the grant moving forward with an increased need. Part of it is also connecting with our funders. So FCSS going to the conference I think is really important, getting information what the budget looks like, how to move forward. Same with United Way. For example, the hockey tournament that happened, all those funds went back into, and I think that's part of advocacy as well, and change on the advocacy level as well. So I think it's ongoing, and we're doing it in quite a few different ways. And if either councillor would like to add anything, that's up to them as well.
So my impression is that administration, your team, is doing a phenomenal job with advocacy. And I think that your team is doing a very good job communicating to council where you could use some help in advocacy, i.e., hey, Mayor, could you make a phone call in this regard? Or inviting Mayor and councillors to attend the FCSS conference. I've said publicly before, I thought it was a brilliant choice on your part as the manager to extend that invitation to Mayor and members of this committee to do that. So I do not for a second question the incredible work that your team is doing for advocacy. I'm just curious about what the committee is doing for advocacy, and is there ways that we as council can empower more of that advocacy work with that committee? Because I think you as administration are doing it. What's happening at the committee level that's happening with that? Because would love to even see more of that.
Yeah.
Maybe I just leave it at that comment.
I'll take the comment and I'll take it back to the committee, and maybe we can have a wholesome discussion about it as well, because I do feel like there is advocacy on their level as well.
Okay.
Within the community, even pushing the grant program and clarifying maybe misconceptions, because it is a public committee. But maybe a holistic conversation with them would also be beneficial, and we can come back at a later date to chat about how that's moved forward as well.
So with that, then I would also ask, could that also be done for 1E? So 1E says provide advice on the establishment of new services, identification of community priorities, public or private, designed to prevent the emergence of social programs or to provide support to the community. So provide advice to who?
So to the chair, that can be clarified. It would be to administration that works to support the committee. So essentially the establishment of new services or identification of community priorities, a lot of that stuff comes up during our adjudication committee meetings.
Okay.
And that information is taken in by administration to help change the process or refine it. For example, me coming today and changing up the policy, or us rolling out a new grants process would be done on that level with the committee.
Okay, great, thank you. And then, so for 1I, this is a pretty significant change, right? So then essentially the committee, well, it's not a significant change. It's what we're actually doing in some ways, right? So it would be that council is going to receive for information who has been awarded. So council is not doing the awarding. How are we going to communicate that moving forward to make sure that that's really clear to our community? Because what happens, right, is that the committee does the great work that they do. They bring forward those recommendations. Council right now kind of rubber stamps that recommendation. So you're suggesting, since that's what we're doing, that we do it for information as opposed to a council decision. Great. However, the flip side of this, though, is that then what happens is if somebody doesn't get it, those questions are then coming to council, because the belief is that council is not funding a thing. So how do we wrestle with that?
To the chair, I appreciate that comment. Yes, I agree. I think this is what we were technically already doing. Now we're just kind of formalizing that.
Yeah.
I think as we're rolling out the grants program, and if the policy gets approved today with the changes, that's something we would want to publicize and make part of the rollout for communication. So we already started with our statement of interest piece. That was a new piece added to the process. We had released that last week. If this gets approved, it would be sent out to all previous recipients that have gotten grants from us, and to other nonprofits that may be interested, as well as be posted on our website and on social media platforms. So the Grant Adjudication Committee, of course, would be given this information as well. They already know this was coming today. And we would focus on clarifying that, because I agree, I think it should not be confusing for NFPs that apply, that who's making the decision.
Right. Councilor Wisniewski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I actually support number 1I. However, my question through our chair to Mr. Edney is just looking at our responsibilities as administration, because there are limits on what administration in general can do with funds, including potentially the Grant Adjudication Committee with funds that have been previously approved in a budget, regardless of their source. Are you comfortable with this 1I as well? Because we know that certain levels within our administration have authority to spend monies approved by council. I just want to make sure that this is in line with those expectations of us as council and of administration with your responsibilities.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah. Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Wisniewski and the rest of council. So 2 comments I have on this is, yes, very high level, yes, I'm comfortable with this process. Something we'll need to do that Ruby and I'll have to look at is to look at spending authorities. You know, this is money that's already allocated by council in the budget, but we still have our internal authorities for different managers. So if any one of these grants exceeds the manager, it just needs to then go to the director to, I guess, confirm what's happening. Something interesting that Ruby and I have chatted about is we actually sort of did this backwards last year, where we had the Grant Adjudication Committee come and get ratified by council before the budget had been approved. Mm-hmm. So this year, I don't think we're going to, I'm looking at Ruby, we'll work between now and then to make sure. I know there's a sense in the community that they want to know ASAP, but we need to have the council budget approved before we can hand the grants out for next year. So that was something we missed in this process this year, where the grant ratification for 2025 actually came before the budget 2025 was approved. And there could have been a process where council decided not to allocate some of that money. So we'll work on that little tweak, but make a long story short, yes, I'm comfortable with this process.
I also think, too, that we can do the FCSS United Way ones earlier, because those are funds coming from the province, right? So we know that amount, right? But the community grants piece, certainly within that budgeting piece, needs to be further considered.
Yeah, and that's correct. Yeah. Once we have the finalized number from United Way and FCSS, we can absolutely go ahead, because that money's guaranteed. It is the community portion that I was referencing.
Okay. Item number 1P, determine which organization where it is deemed that any of its directors, officers, or employees have a conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest that is not correct to satisfaction of the city should be considered ineligible. Sorry? Oh, sorry. I thought it was close enough. Sorry. All right. I'll say that again. 1P. Determine which organizations where it is deemed that any of its directors, officers, or employees have a conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest that is not corrected to the satisfaction of the city should be considered ineligible. What does that mean? Because it sounds really good, but I don't know what it means. Conflict of interest with who? With the city? Sorry? Councilor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. To your same question, I am wondering to whose satisfaction at the city it is.
Yeah.
So the CAOs, I might assume.
So if we don't have an answer to that right now, that's fine, because I also, the next one on then 1Q would be determine applicants that meet exclusionary criteria, including education, government, or political institutions, and programming that is deemed religious in nature. I'm just wondering, should we flesh that out a little bit more in terms of, like, what does that mean? Because it's a little ambiguous. Like, for example, if a religious this is my opinion, if a religious organization wants to hold a picnic in the park, which we have funded in the past even through our events, I think that that's appropriate, right? But so I'm just wondering if that should be fleshed out more. And then 2A says, coordinate and facilitate the annual Chestermere United Way community event fundraiser each year. So the committee is coordinating and facilitating our annual Chestermere United Way fundraiser?
So
when is that happening?
So I'll start with item 1P. I will get back to you. I don't believe that was an actual change that we made. That was just changed in what section of the policy it was in. Item 1Q, you are correct. It's not that a religious organization would not be able to apply. It's that their program can't be pushing a religious agenda, essentially. So that can be fleshed out further as well. And for section 2A, so the annual fundraiser, we do a Easter egg hunt. Every single year. It's actually happening this Saturday that the committee is aware of. Our administration coordinates most of it, but the committee also participates quite a bit, and we have discussions on it during committee meetings. So, it's happening this Saturday, and we've done it for the last several years as well, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Then 2B, designate a member to attend periodic regional FCSS meetings, United Way partnerships. So who from the committee attends those now? For 2B?
For 2B, last year I had invited yourself and Councillor Sandbo had come as well to represent the committee. This year we would put it out to the committee, whoever is interested and has availability.
Okay, and then so I guess overall what I'm hearing is how much of this work is being done by administration and how much is being done by the committee, because the TOR says that the committee should be doing a lot of this, and again, I'm not. In some ways, I might be trying to make your job easier, right? I'm just wondering about, because it's in the TOR that the committee is the one supposed to be doing some of this work. And then under 4 composition, there's just a word that's missing. The Grant Adjudication Committee will be appointed by council resolution. It just says the Grant Adjudication will be. I believe committee, the word committee is missing.
Yeah, no worries.
So with that, council, I don't know if we're ready to approve this policy right now, because we've asked a lot. Well, okay, I've asked a lot of questions, and so this is also to administration for myself. This is why I would like to see policies like this coming to GAP so that we can have that wholesome discussion, because we're getting this being asked to make a decision, and I don't think we're there right now. So can we table this to the April 22nd to bring back these changes, and at the same time then council would have opportunity if they want to email any of these questions. Council, would we be comfortable tabling this to the April 22nd council meeting, and to administration, is that enough time to adjust and or flesh these matters out?
For myself, to the chair, for myself, yes. There is an internal process though that we've implemented, so it might come at a later date than April 22nd.
Mr. Buscario?
Thank you, Mayor, and to council. If the wish of council is to refer back to administration, I'd suggest obviously getting a motion on the screen, and we can hash that out with the clerks. As such, the process that Ms. Brar is referring to is administration internally is starting a policy review process, whereby the appropriate people and the folks are going to look around and vet the policies and then bring it to a governance meeting, or a governance and priorities meeting. So certainly if the option is to refer it and bring it back to a governance and priorities meeting in May, we can get that in a motion and go through the internal vetting process and start with this policy.
Is that, so that would be May 6th then. Is that going to hold up anything that you're doing with grant adjudication though? Because I just know that applications are going to be going out soon. Like, y'all lives are about to increase, like the busyness of your lives are about to, right? Because it's grant season, right? So as, you know, a former grant writer, I know that this is the season when everybody is either finishing reporting or this is when grant writers ramp up. So is this going to hinder, if we wait till May 6th, then you're also then waiting until May 12th for this to be approved. Is that going to hinder any of your work right now?
To the chair, no, it won't hinder any work. We wanted to come in early for this reason, so appreciate the sentiment.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, right? So should we do to CAO, should we do May 6th gap, or should we do April 22nd?
Mr. Mayor and Council, I would just yield to Manager Brar, if May 6th works and we can have a conversation at governance, then we can capture that in a motion. And just to the clerks administratively, do you have a referral motion ready to go?
Yeah, so do you want to do May 6th or 22nd?
May 6th is fine for me. Yep, thank you.
No, we have to change that. I would just suggest to the clerks, as opposed to tabling, I would make that a referral, refer back to administration to...
Oh, yeah, because we haven't made a motion. That makes sense.
Yeah. To incorporate the suggested modifications and changes from council and bring back said policy to the May 6th. There you go.
Councilor, are we comfortable with the direction on this? Okay, can I have a councilor make the following motion, please? Councilor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council direct administration to incorporate the suggested modification and changes for council to agenda item 11.1 Grand Adjudication Committee, GAC policy number 856, and bring back policy number 856 to the May 6, 2025 Governments and Priority Committee.
Comments,
Meeting.
questions from council? Again, the only comment I would make is if there are some specific questions, Mr. Edney will email those to you, and then you can forward those on to Ms. Barr. Awesome. So, yeah, council, if you have any comments, questions, please email those to Mr. Edney in short order so that they can be forwarded on appropriately. Final comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. With that, we'll take our lunch. No, I see a hand waving at me.
Sorry.
Mr. Edney?
Respectfully to Mayor and Council, with some, I guess, lack of planning, we've had our auditor sitting here for the entire session this morning. I'm wondering if we could hit the item 11.2 quickly before we break for lunch, just being respectful of his time. Would that be okay for council?
Okay.
Okay.
So, however, didn't we move the other one before this one?
Yeah, it has to go first. It should be quick and simple.
Okay, so you're going first then?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm going first.
Correct.
Sorry, through the mayor. Yes, I'm going to go first.
Okay.
Then Sandy and the auditor will go with the utility financial audit
Okay.
presentation.
All right.
Okay.
So, Mr. Edney.
Thank you very much. Thank you for working with us on this one. So, quick to Mayor and Council, there's a request for decision that was handed out to you at the start of this meeting. We've added an item to the agenda, and this is related to our utility company. I apologize for adding this item as an urgent item to this agenda. It was ready previously. I will explain when we're having lunch of why I've done it this way, but really quickly, one of our issues is we haven't properly, I guess not elected is not the right word. We haven't properly certified the board of directors for the city's utility company 1538974 Alberta Limited. So in the third amended and restated unanimous shareholders agreement for the utility company, it states that the city has to remove a director by council resolution. It also says that the board shall consist of not less than 6 directors and not more than 12, and the city shall appoint all directors by the provision of a certified council resolution. Where we're sitting at today is through, what did we call them? The dark times, the troubled times. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but we don't have a proper board of directors appointed to this. There's been some motions made and some things done in the past year and a half, I think with the best of intentions, but weren't done in the proper process. So right now, as we're sitting with Alberta Registries, Councillor Narayan is the only director for this. There was never a motion that certified that. There was nothing that ever did that. There are no officers appointed to this company right now. So these 3 motions, what I'm hoping for you to do today is in your capacity as council, appoint all of yourselves as the board of directors for 974 Alberta Limited. And then subsequent to that, after you've appointed yourself as directors, there's a provision that states that every council meeting is also a meeting of the board of directors of the utility company. At that point, I would then ask that you appoint myself as the chief executive officer and Ms. Sandy Johal-Watt as the corporate secretary of the corporation. This will get us in compliance with our agreements, bylaws, and how we need to properly function the utility moving forward. There still is the dissolution that is ongoing. I will have a report likely at our next council meeting to discuss with you the status of that. And at that point, there may be some changes to the directors, but for, I guess, housekeeping at this point and properly approving the financials audit that's coming next, we need to do this important step to make sure we have the right composition of the board and right appointment of officers to the utility company. I will apologize on administration's behalf for not noticing this earlier.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to administration, just picking up on this. So through proper business practices, then have we filed our annual report?
Not for this year yet, have we? That's what part of the audited financial statements.
But it was filed previously?
It was filed last year, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Wojciechowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean, and through you, our chair, to you, Mr. Edney. Just a question in regards to just order. If we're going to each council meeting, as I understand it, is a board meeting on behalf of the city of Chestermere, not the utility. So you're suggesting after we approve the members of this board that every council meeting will essentially also be a board meeting of the utility? Aren't they separate organizations, even though they have some related, even though they're related? And if so, shouldn't we keep those meetings separate?
So back in the past, through the mayor to Councillor Wojciechowski, so a number of years ago, there was a motion passed by the council of the day. So what had happened is previously, and the way the shareholders agreement is still written, is there could be public members appointed to this. When it was brought in-house and started to go through the dissolution process, council of the day made a decision to only appoint themselves. So it was only council, again, bringing it in-house, no outside. So they made a motion to actually specify as the board of directors that every council meeting, and Richard Jones has gone through this and taken a look at it. It was done properly, that says that rather than having to call all these separate meetings to deal with the utility company, they made a motion that every council meeting would also be considered a utility company meeting, so that business could be dealt with sort of in this manner without having to do all the city break and have a separate meeting. So is that the ideal way to do it? Maybe not, but that's the provision that's in place right now at this point. So
the reason for that provision is what we used to do. So this is when I was first elected on council. What we used to do is we would literally stop the council meeting, go into a board of directors meeting, do board business, come out of the board of directors meeting, and then give ourselves permission to talk to ourselves. And so essentially what it did with this provision being in there is yes, they are separate entities, but because it's the same people, so because council is the board of directors, it essentially gives us permission to talk to each other in a more simplistic fashion as opposed to stopping and restarting.
If I may, just for clarity too, when you do go through with the appointing of the officers, there is a certified resolution that I have from Richard Jones to get you to sign as well. So that'll be part of this process again, but you have to be the board before you can start doing that. And the board has to be appointed by council.
Councillor Wojciechowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. Thank you, Mr. Edney. Through our chair to you again, Mr. Edney, or actually maybe to you, Mayor Dean. May I suggest for the rest of council also, just to make it a little bit more clear, that we either look at adding any CUI related items as a standing item on our GAP meetings or our council agenda, so we can separate them like we do for other divisions of our city. So that way we know when we're getting into, that way we know, okay, yes, we're having a council meeting, and at this time, us as the board members of this business are going to be discussing business-related items regarding CUI.
Mr. Hardy?
Yeah, so through the mayor to council, one of the items we're looking at too is adjusting how we do our agendas. In my prior role, we actually did it by function, not necessarily by item type, if that makes sense. So to you, we'd have a section on the agenda for Chestermere Utilities. If there was a finance, a bylaw, whatever, we would deal with it. Then you could move on to the next section. So at the very least, we can add the utility company in right now as a separate item. And if there's any items related to the utility company, we can deal with those all in one batch.
I think too, I'm looking forward to, administration is working on a number of strictly administrative processes right now that are being done at the administrative level with the intent, though, of bringing forward these changes and ideas to a future council meeting. I think, though, that the idea is that the leadership team, I believe it's ELT, Executive Leadership Team. I believe the Executive Leadership Team is finalizing some of those steps, and then I believe the idea is that a presentation to council will be coming forward, and part of that will include changes that are coming to the agendas. All those sorts of items will be coming to council here in the near future. That's correct?
That's correct.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so then can we deal with the first motion, please? Now, I don't know if we want to do this because between his teaching responsibilities and being a counselor, does Councillor Ryan have enough work? Like, he could just keep doing this on his own. No? Okay. All right. So, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Ryan, I believe. Sure.
This is a move that council remove all directors for 153-897 for Alberta Limited, effective immediately.
Comments, questions? Councillor Warzanowski.
Sorry, another point of order, Mayor Dean. Because he's an existing director, is it appropriate for him to make this motion, or is it more appropriate for him to do it? All right, thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Call for the vote. Yeah. That's right. That's right. Okay, so that's carried unanimously. Can I have the second motion, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council appointed Shannon Dean, Marie Grant, Rotashan Ryan, Kiran Randhawa, Janelle Sambo, Robert Schindler, and Rob Warzanowski as a director of 153-8974 Alberta Ltd, effective immediately.
Comments, questions from council? Councillor Warzanowski.
Yes, just want to confirm, double and triple check that company number is correct to you, Mr. Edney. Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's the fastest anyone's been fired and hired.
Well, we haven't went to vote.
That's true. That's true. We have not voted yet. That's true. That's a valid point. We have not voted yet. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. And then the third and final motion, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Board of Directors of 153-8974 Alberta Limited appoint Kent Edney as Chief Executive Officer and Sandy Johal Watt as the Corporate Secretary of the Corporation, effective immediately.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we are moving to the audited financial statements. Is that correct? And
we have a board of directors.
And a CEO.
Still waiting for my severance pay.
Good afternoon at this point.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Sandy Johal Watt, Director of Corporate Services. I just wanted to start by doing a quick introduction. I've got Ann Ty here. She's our controller with the City of Chestermere. And I've got Mr. Hisham. He is our auditor of 1538974. Let's see how many times I can say that in this presentation. And I've got Mr. Mohammed here, and he's been an active supporter of the accounting for 1538974. So just going off of the RFD for council, recommendations to council that the newly appointed board of directors approve the 1538974 Alberta Limited financial statement for the fiscal year ended 2024 and authorize the chief executive officer, CEO, and director of corporate services to sign the financial statements and other related documents. So just in the respect of time here, I'm going to shuffle the presentation and allow Mr. Abadi to do his presentation to council, considering he's been here for the duration of the meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, my name is Hisham. I am from Abadi Professional Corporation. I'm a CPA and did the audit for the Chestermere Utility Co. or 1538974 Alberta Ltd. Okay, thank you very much. I will go quickly on the agenda. So we'll go to audit findings, responsibility of management and governance, auditor responsibilities, our audit process, how we did it, the status of the audit, and significant imbalance, just for the councillor to look at, audit opinions report, and summary conclusion. So we are pleased to present the result of our audit of the City of Chestermere financial statement for the year ended December 31st, 2024. We will cover the management responsibility over. So basically, the management responsibility will be oversight of financial reporting and internal controls, and the audit responsibility will be independent assessment and opinions of the financial statement. So management governance responsibility. So management is responsible for preparing and fairly presenting the financial statement in accordance with IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standards, implementing and maintaining internal controls to ensure accuracy and reliability, preventing and deleting material misstatement, whether due to fraud or errors. Those charged with the governance oversee the financial reporting process, ensuring compliance with the standards and accountability. So the audit responsibility is to provide reasonable assurance of the financial statement are free from material misstatement due to fraud or errors, issue an independent audit report with our opinion, conduct the audit according to the Canadian General Accepted Audit Standards, also identify material misstatement that could impact users' economic decisions. Note, reasonable assurance is high level of assurance, but not guarantee of detecting all misstatement possible. So our process was to scoping first, define the audit objectives and key areas of focus. We did the risk assessment, identify and evaluate potential risk assessment, audit planning, design procedures to address identify risks, and collecting evidence, gathering and analyzing financial data, conclusion and opinion, so access findings and form an audit report and opinion, and reporting communicate result and issue the final audit report. So the status of the audit, we have substantially completed our audit of the financial statement for the year 2024. Remaining items is for formal approval of the financial statement by council and also receipt of the signed document included in finalized audit package. So significant balances for the council is utility consumption for December was invoiced in December 31st, consistent with 23. What I mean by that, so there was no accruals. So the utility co used there was no accruals that moved to January 2025. The books are the invoicing for December usually is done beginning of January 2025, but the books were updated, so we don't have any accruals. It's the reality that we had. Receivable breakdown, so 83.6% of receivable are current, compared to 82.6%. And also, I think the administration did a good job on invoice collecting more. So we have only 1.1% of invoices are over 90 days outstanding, comparing to 11.8. So we're doing better on collecting money from residents. Collection practices, invoices are reviewed regularly and ongoing effort to follow up and collect from client. So the other significant item is property and equipment. Total acquisition for the year was $14.9 million, includes 13.5 in contributed assets and 1.5 in cash purchases, and amortization is about 3.5 million recorded. There was no disposal of assets for the year. The other significant item in the financial statement were deferred revenues. So we have a net increase of 11.9 million compared to 2023, and the breakdowns was 14.2 million collected from the city of Chestermere, 13.5 was contributed assets, and 0.7 million in cash. This is related to offsite levies and permit fees. So the other significant is the long-term debt. So we have two loans, one from the TD Bank loan with 23.5 million. The Alberta Capital Finance Authority loan is 1.3 million. The current portion due in 2025 is 1.4 million, and non-current portion, that's mean 2026 and beyond, it will be $23.4 million. So the corporation used interest rate swaps as a part of its risk management strategy to reduce exposures to the interest rate fluctuations. So 2 swap agreements were in place with TD Bank. Accounting treatment, effective changes in fair value are recorded under comprehensive income, and ineffective portion are recorded in statement of operation. That's mean they're just expensed. In May 2024, the administration signs a new agreement were signed with TD, replacing the previous agreement just for efficiency and better risk management. So our opinion, the audit was conducted with accordance to the Canadian General Accepted Audit Standards. I confirm that I am an independent corporation and I have met all relevant ethical requirements. Based on the audit work performed, I believe the evidence obtained is sufficient and appropriate to the support of my audit opinion, and full details of our outline audit responsibility selection section is a part of the audit report. In conclusion, the audit of the city Chestermere financial statement for the year 2024 is exceptionally complete, pending a few items. Key financial area including account receivable, property, equipment, deferred revenue, long-term debts, and derivative instruments were reviewed with no major concern identified. The corporation has demonstrated sound financial reporting practices, maintains appropriate internal controls, and also based on the audit procedures performed, we are prepared to issue our opinion supported by the sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. We appreciate your cooperation with management and staff throughout the audit process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Abadi, for your presentation. I just wanted to supplement the report with my own annual report 2024 as a director with the City of Chestermere. So the purpose of this report is this update provides an overview of the growth, financial remarks, capital projects, and operational efficiency achieved by the Chestermere Utility Company 1538974 Alberta Limited. Agenda: introduction and purpose, growth, financial remarks, capital projects, operating efficiencies, waste program, and lastly, conclusion. Nature of operations for 1538974 Alberta Limited. The corporation provides water, wastewater, stormwater, solid waste collection, organics collection, and recycling services to the City of Chestermere. 1538974 Alberta Limited is a government business enterprise which was incorporated on May 27th, 2010. On August 23rd, 2011, the corporation issued 100 Class A common voting shares to the City of Chestermere, making the corporation wholly owned by the City of Chestermere. growth. Since 2022, the City of Chestermere's population has grown by approximately 21%. This growth directly impacts the increase in number of utility accounts. Currently, the utility company manages over 10,000 active accounts. Total revenues increased by 14% from $17.2 million in 2023 to $19.6 million in 2024. Water supply increased by 9% in comparison to 2023. Utility rates have not changed since 2022. Financial remarks in 2024. Net income 2024, $1.254 million profit versus 2023, a loss of $972,000. Outstanding balance on long-term debts, $23.3 million, reduced by $1.4 million from $24.7 million. The utility paid interest of $1.3 million in 2024, a decrease of $115,000 from $1.4 million in 2023. The TD loan facilities contains financial covenants that require a total debt to capitalization ratio of less than 0.5 to 1 and a debt service coverage ratio of more than 100%. The corporation was in compliance with both financial covenants for the fiscal year 2024. Assets contributed from developers in 2024, 4,700 meters of water mains, 5,604 meters of storm mains, 4,213 meters of sanitary mains, additional assets such as hydrants, valves, storm and sanitary manholes, storm catch basins, valued at $9.458 million. Assets created by utility company in 2024. Completed capital project storm, $5.4 million. Completed capital projects water, $4.5 million. Completed capital projects wastewater, $2.1 million. Major completed capital projects in 2024 continued. Stormwater feasibility study, project started in 2010 and completed in 2024, funded by storm offsite levies. Stormwater system upgrade, project started in 2020 and completed in 2024, funded by storm offsite levies. Northwest Storm Trunk Phase B, Phase 1, project started in 2021 and completed in 2024, funded by storm offsite levies. Rainbow Falls Underdrain Endeavor buyout, project started and completed in 2024, funded by storm offsite levies. Water Transportation Station Upgrade Phase 1, project started in 2022 and completed in 2024, funded by water offsite levies. Lift Station 14 Force Main, project started in 2020 and completed in 2024, funded by sanitary wastewater offsite levies. Operational efficiency. We are working to streamline and automate processes wherever feasible. By the end of 2024, over 50% of accounts have signed up for e-billing and pre-authorized payment plans. Over 100 residential meter replacements. Less than 15% of outstanding balances on utility bills remain, down from 22%. Over the past 3 years, the total disposal of landfill, recycle, and organics has remained consistent. This is just a visual representation of organics, recycling, and landfill. And that concludes my presentation.
Great, thank you. Questions from Council Deputy Mayor Simon.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Edney and Mr. Wawat. Thank you for the presentation. That's awesome. I was wondering, how do we determine that property and equipment belong to the utility as opposed to the city?
So there is a clear list of assets that are owned by the City of Chestermere versus the utility. So it's managed in regards to a listing that we keep actively approving as assets are taken on by the utility or the city.
Is there any kind of formal process in the sense of a sale between the two entities or anything like that? Or is it just an automatic transfer?
Let me see if the accountants here can support me in answering that question. Yeah, sure. Come on up.
So, usually we have two systems to record city asset and utility assets. And when we do the final FAC, all the assets that contribute from developers, we identify which one is the storm, sewer, and then we evaluate them, and then we record directly into the utility ERP system. And so there's a transfer, but then it doesn't hit CD book, it will go directly into the utility book. And then all the capital project, that's anything that related to storm water and sewer, it will record as directly into the utility ERP system. And and then we also have a separate budget for capital for utilities. So it's all separate, record separately.
Sure. So follow up to that. So it's all recorded. Some of it is transferring automatically. I suppose what I'm getting at is I'm wondering how this interacts with the city as an entity books when some of these projects, I think a lot of them are funded by OSL and under debenture. So we may still be paying interest on the city's books for something. Is that correct? That could be owned by the
everything was paid by so we keep the money, the offsite levy for the utility also separate. The utility company is also pay for their bank loan separately. The city doesn't have to pay for any of those, so everything is separate.
Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Your Worship. So through to Deputy Mayor Sandbo, I think if I can hit on a little bit of what you're asking, I think this is why the previous motions I asked for were so important, in that this is a distinct, separate operating company that was created that way when it was spun out. So part of those terms of creating that was transferring all responsibility for all the utility operations, assets, debt, etc., to the utility company at the time. So right now, internally, we're operating it, but practically it's still a separate entity. So anything that's under that scope of the utility company, such as our water lines, our sanitary, storm, our solid waste and collection recycling, as Ann mentioned, is accounted for separately. So we talk about the big offsite levy bylaw collection, but when we collect those offsite levies for sanitary, it's actually on behalf of the utility company. So a lot of what's happening in the day-to-day is we're collecting it in and then it's being transferred to the utility company. So for operations, for example, everyone who works on the utility company is a bill from the city of Chestermere to the utility company, and the utility company pays that in. So one thing that you haven't seen yet but will be coming is that report on the dissolution that we had talked about before of what the options look like. You'll see when that comes, our assets on our balance sheet are going to, our physical assets for the city actually increase enormously by bringing all of those assets into us. But now, to your point, that debt, etc., counts towards our debt limit, etc., when it becomes in. But right now it doesn't. It's a completely separate entity with its own bylaws and own way of operating. Did that kind of hit that a bit?
Deputy Mayor?
And so one other thing I was going to add, and Ann hit it. The entire capital budget for the utility, if you remember, was a separate set of line items. That's not funded through any city accounts. That's funded through the utility, through the rates and revenue that the utility brings in. So it's included in the larger budget. I think there was $4.5 million of capital for 2025.
Through the chair, yes, I remember that spreadsheet, and that's good. What I'm wondering is, I know a utility company cannot collect OSL. So the city is collecting it on behalf of the utility. So I'm hoping that there is that, what you're talking about, that record of a transfer between the city and the utility to make sure that everything's on the up and up, especially if the project's been completed and now it's being done through debenture and we're continuing to collect in that way.
So we go, correct me if I'm wrong, we collect the offsite levy, the city goes and performs the work, and then those assets, when it's done, get transferred to the utility company. So when Sandy was talking, I think about $14 million of assets coming on, that's what's being transferred into the utility is the work that was completed on all those offsite levy projects.
And if I may just add further context to Deputy Mayor Sambo's question, I just wanted to share with Mayor and Council that 1538974 is fundamentally a separate company than the city. It's got its own bank account. There is very stringent bookkeeping in regards to the ins and outs that come in for the utility company versus the city. And as CAO Edney indicated, we often bill for work that's done by the city to 1538974. So there are no dollars spent on behalf of the utility that is funded by the city. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. This may sound like a dumb question, but I'm going to ask anyway. Is 157, et cetera, is it a for-profit business or a not-for-profit?
It's a for-profit.
Okay, does that cause any concern for the city being a not-for-profit? Probably not. I mean, not-for-profits can own for-profits. It just may be a bit, one's paying tax and the other isn't.
Yeah, that's correct to Councillor Worzanowski. And that's one of those questions fundamentally, getting way ahead of myself here to some conversations we'll have later, but what is the mandate of how that company should be operated?
Yeah.
Is a question, whether it's separate as it is now or it's part of the city.
Especially, I mean, Deputy Mayor Sambo even mentioned, if there's an OSL model that's linked to the utility and if it's now for profit, I mean, some of our development community may not have. But that's a fundamental question, a philosophical one that we can certainly answer for another day. But as long as it's okay for us to look at that moving forward, I'm okay. And I'm glad to see that it is a not-for-profit, that we're seeing our net days outstanding go down and our profitability go from a loss to a gain of just about, nearly more than $2 million. So that's good. One last question that I'll leave through our chair administration to Mr. Hawad is, you mentioned the financial remarks of the loan facilities and the covenants. Historically or currently, we have never had any issues in breach of our covenants. Is that correct?
No, not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Okay. So with that, Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Hopefully these ones won't be as complicated, but through you, I noticed on the growth page of your presentation, it says population has grown in the last 3 years by 21%, but total revenues have increased 14%. Is there a reason why revenues have not grown roughly at the same rate as population?
Good question, Deputy Mayor Sambo. I believe that the metrics are different in regards to calculating the percentage increases, so they're not going to be in line with each other and grow at the exact same percentage.
If I may, I can answer the question quickly there because there's a difference between population and households. So our utility counts are based off our increase in households.
Gotcha.
Where a household may have 2, 3, 4 people in it. So it's not a direct correlation, population and our revenues, because the revenues are based off households.
Okay.
Sorry, just before any more questions, Council, are any of the questions that we have with relation to the auditor who is here in attendance, or are these in-house questions?
I only have one additional question, but I'm not sure it could be either.
Okay. Sorry, I was just trying to call for a lunch break 35 minutes ago, and just aware that it's here. So that's why I'm getting at, if we have no questions for the auditor, then we could recess and then pick this up again after lunch. So are any of the questions for the auditor or just for our administration? Councillor Rondeau?
Thank you, Worship. It might be its auditor or for right now, the company is prepared for the delusion, right? And what is the current status from this audit at this moment? Where the company is standing at this moment?
Councillor Randawa, are you asking, sorry, just to clarify, 2 questions, the dissolution status and then where we're at with 1538974? So the dissolution, as CEO Edney indicated, we've got a very detailed report that I've been working diligently on. I'm not prepared to share the findings at this point in time because there's still some due diligence required. But in regards to the position of 1538974, the company has made money. There is revenues in comparison to 2023. So there is a good, strong financial standing at this point in time. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you. You were just to add on to that, just for complete clarification of while we talk about the dissolution, there's work being done administratively. Legally, nothing has started on the dissolution. It is still a distinct, separate operating company from the city of Chestermere, which is why we're doing some of these processes today.
Okay, council, are any of your questions for the auditor or just for administration? Okay, so with that, what I would suggest, and if we don't want to, we can continue, but I have a feeling some more questions are going to be coming up. I would like us to do recess and then pick this up after. Does that work? Okay, so we'll call for a recess and we'll come back and start with this matter again, and we'll come back at 1:30. Good? Awesome. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We're just coming back from our lunch break and then picking up just where we had left off with the financial statements from the auditor's report. And I believe, Deputy Mayor Sambo, you had a couple of follow-up questions you wanted to ask administration.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, through you. This one is a little bit less about the audit, so Ms. Johawat, if you don't have the answer, that makes sense. So 2023, there was a deficit, 900 and change, and then 2024, 1.2 was the profit. Are we projecting profit moving forward from year to year, or was there a special circumstance this year?
To Deputy Mayor Sambo, yes, there was a special circumstance in that the revenue from 2023 had an accrual for a lawsuit settlement. So that's why it drew down our revenue line item. So in 2024, there were no active lawsuits on the books. Hence, there was a clearer picture of revenue. And our hope is that 153 won't be subjected to any lawsuits in the future, but I'm not a lawyer, so I can't say for sure.
Interest rate thing too last year?
Yes. Interest rate swap.
So through the mayor to Deputy Mayor Sandbo, if you remember in the audit, he talked about one of the things we do is an interest rate swap. Talking to the auditor before he left, that's something that happened last year, and we actually made a net profit on that interest rate swap. So there wasn't anything physically in the operations that changed. If you remember the 2025 budget, we forecast a balanced budget based off of our existing utility rates. So this just happened to be some good news things that happened.
Great, thank you. Any other questions with relation to the utility company or the audit? Okay. With that then, I believe we have a motion to accept for information. Is that correct? To approve. Okay, thank you. Okay. So it's the board of directors that is approving this, correct? Okay. Okay, can I have a, so then I would be asking for a board member then to make the following motion, please. So can I have a board member make the following motion, please? Janelle? Because you're a board member now.
Thank you, Mr.
Shannon.
Dean.
No, chair.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, right?
The decorum is lost. Okay. Yes, I would make that motion. I move that the Board of Directors approve the 1538974 Alberta Limited financial statement for the fiscal year ended 2024 and authorize the Chief Executive Officer, CEO, and the Corporate Secretary to sign the financial statements and other related documents.
Comments, questions? I guess more appropriately, it would have been Director Sandbo. I guess would have been the more appropriate. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously then. Does council then need to do anything with relation to this matter, like accept for information or anything like that, since it's on the council agenda? Yeah, I think that's what yeah. Like, I feel like councils should now accept that for information.
Yeah.
The board did something, an action was performed. I feel like council should accept for information.
Yeah. Accept the report for information.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah. So give Ledge Services a moment to get that ready. Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council accept the 1538974 Alberta Ltd 2024 financial statement report for information.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. 11.3, which is policy number 446, the multi-year budgeting policy.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Sandy Johal-Watt, Director of Corporate Services. I'm here to present policy number 446, multi-year budgeting. Recommendation to Council that the Council rescind policy 446, multi-year budgeting policy. I just want to indicate here in the subject and the background, it's very detailed, but I just wanted to share with Mayor and Council that rescinding the policy will streamline the budgeting process and enhance the 3 and 5 year scope of the current process. So I've attached here in the agenda package, multi-year budgeting policy 446, and just share with Mayor and Council that this policy just isn't applicable based on our administrative budgeting processes and protocol at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Can I have the motion then so that we can open the policy for debate, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Warzanowski.
I move that council rescind policy number 446, the multi-year budgeting policy.
Comments, questions, debate from council. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm in support of this, of course. I like always improvements to efficiency and streamlining. What do we have in mind after we rescind this policy?
To Councillor Warzanowski, Councillor Warzanowski, what I'd like to do is undertake a very rigorous review of the policy and ensure that we're in alignment with Council's strategic plan and, of course, our internal policies for budgeting processes and mechanisms that we use to ensure a transparent process. So there's nothing wrong with this policy per se. It's just that we're not utilizing it and the timeline doesn't align with the current timeline that we're using for 2023 and 2024 budgeting protocols.
So then, can council anticipate a new policy coming forward later?
Yes,
Okay.
just not in the coming month or so, but
Sure.
if I can request some time to reevaluate this policy and bring it back to council.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, through the mayor to council, I guess we should look at the policy, but the MGA has a policy and a procedure written in it of what we need to do as far as our budgeting process. That's what we're following right now. One of the challenges, there's just two things with this multi-year budgeting thing. There's a couple things I like, but a couple things that are challenging. One is it's actually a 4-year process that you sit down and you think and you look ahead, you plan for tax increases, you do all that. But given everything we heard even today, when we're experiencing 10, 12, 13% growth, it's really hard to forecast that out 4 years. So it's got some nice things about it that force you to look further down the road. But I think the MGA does that with our 5-year capital and operating forecast. Well, 3-year operating, we do 5 anyways. But with those 5-year forecasts as setting that stage for what the coming budget should look like. So I guess my long answer is we'll see if there's even a policy that's applicable outside of what the MGA says. And if we should just follow the MGA, we'll do that and make it incorporated with our other policies as far as restricted reserves and that kind of thing. So something may come back, but it definitely won't be in the short term because we do have a robust policy in place.
Okay, great.
Through the MGA.
Any other comments, questions from council? Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edney, based on what you commented there, the MGA requires a 5-year forecast. How is that different from a multi-year budget?
So to Deputy Mayor Sambo, this policy with the multi-year budget actually said that you don't do the budget every year. So what was supposed to happen would be right now, this council would be operating under a budget that was created 3 years ago. Next year's budget is already actually set. So the incoming council doesn't really do anything. That budget is already there. There's provisions in the policy that if tariffs hit or COVID-19 hit, you can go in and make changes if there's a significant change to revenue. But otherwise, You're just coming in and following it. And then your first task of the new council would be to build your next 3 years budget and the first year of budget for the following council. So it's a nice idea to be thinking forward, and it's a nice idea to be setting a stage, but there's flexibility in there to go change it, but with how much things are changing right now, you're basically redoing the budgeting process anyways because of the significant changes. So that's really the only difference. Whereas under the MGA, it's a forecast. You're not actually being held to it, whereas this policy was like you're being held to that budget.
And if I may add further to CAO Edney's comments, municipalities are required to adopt as a minimum standard a written 3-year financial plan and 5-year capital plan, and that's what we're actually abiding by, is just to be clear that we follow the letter of the law of the MGA at this point in time.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Okay, so we have the motion on the floor. Can we just have it back on the screen, please, just as a reminder to council on the motion? Final call for any comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Finally then, moving on to 11.4, which is the Mayor and Council's Charity Golf Tournament 2025 fundraising recipient.
Hello again, Mayor and Council. This is the fun one of the day. I'm pleased to present an RFD for Mayor and Council Charity Golf Tournament 2025 fundraising recipient. Recommendation to Council that Council allocate the funds raised from the Mayor and Council Charity Golf Tournament to the Gifts of Kindness charity administered by the City of Chestermere. So I've got some staff here who are really excited to provide some further information in regards to Gifts of Kindness. So I'm just going to turn the floor over to Manager Ruby Brar. Come on up.
Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm just going to turn it over to Jessica George, our Community Wellness Coordinator. She's very excited to talk to you guys. Thank you.
Please tell me she's just going to come up and turn it over to Christian, because that would be awesome.
So I'm going to pass it to Christian.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name's Jessica George. I'm the Community Wellness Coordinator with Community Services. My role with Gifts of Kindness is to help administer funds for my team and clients with support from the Community Services Manager, Ruby Brar. So today I'm going to be talking about what Gifts of Kindness is, the process to receive those funds, what short-term financial aid means, our 2024 breakdown, and ways people can donate. So, Gifts of Kindness is a municipally managed fund used for philanthropic support and temporary emergency financial aid for local residents. The existence of Gifts of Kindness stems from the recognition that unexpected emergencies or unforeseen expenses can leave many individuals and families struggling to meet their basic needs. Gifts of Kindness can alleviate financial burdens, allowing people to address the underlying causes of their situations, such as sudden unemployment, family breakdowns, medical issues, or other circumstances. So the process to access these funds starts with a referral. Chestermere residents can come to City Hall, they can apply online, and they can meet with someone from the community wellness team. The client will be invited to do an official intake for the Community Access Program, which is our umbrella program for which clients need to be eligible for to access Gifts of Kindness. They're required to provide proof of Chestermere residence, ID for all household members, and proof of income. So their proof of income could look like a notice of assessment, the assured income for severely handicapped financial statements, Alberta health benefits, anything along those lines. Then the Community Services team will utilize the Stats Canada Low Income Cutoff Scale and the Community Volunteer Income Tax Support Cutoff to determine eligibility. And then depending on why the client is looking to access Gifts of Kindness, a community service team member will assess different supports that might be available, like Alberta income support, but we are always flexible depending on severity. Once the community service member has all of the information, they draft a request to the Gifts of Kindness Steering Committee with details on the case. If majority people on that committee vote yes, then a check requisition gets made and the funds will get sent directly to the receiver. So example, if a client is facing an eviction notice, the client does not get it, the landlord gets the funds. And then once everyone's received their funds, the community service staff continue to work with the client for other referrals and support. All of this is done in conjunction with other local organizations like the Food Bank, Chestermere Women's Crisis Society, Rocky View Immigration Services, and more. This creates a holistic approach to ensure the funds are being used only when necessary. And then as clients are already a part of the Community Access Program, they will continue to have access to a variety of other free supports and services that are being offered throughout the year. And then when the calendar ends, they're encouraged to reapply and redo their intake to participate. The Gifts of Kindness Fund can support with food, clothing, shelter, transportation, utilities, medication, children and youth activities, renovations that support mobility in the home, government application fees, and older adult services. And thanks to the generous support of local residents, city team members, businesses, and organizations, we raised $19,843.65. The major needs, though, we have seen with our clients is housing and rent, utilities, and health supports. In total, Gifts of Kindness contributes $21,564.98 to support community members. Those funds were spent to help 120 people, including children, youth, adults, and seniors. All of those individuals have completed our Community Access Program intake, but some of the numbers aren't reflected in that due to people struggling with houselessness or emergency situations. Gifts of Kindness can provide emergency assistance in that moment. I'd just like to share a little story of how Gifts of Kindness has helped people. We recently had a senior couple come in. They're experiencing elder abuse and facing eviction. There was a failed eye surgery, which then requires another eye surgery. They're also being treated on dialysis. There was also a stroke earlier in the year, and now they struggle with their speech and their balance. Gifts of Kindness would support the couple to secure a safe environment free of abuse and also an accessible environment for them. To help support and provide relief to families like this, anybody is welcome to send a check. They can phone our community service line, or they can head to the Chestermere website and donate there. So Gifts of Kindness already supports with emergency assistant, resource centers, community outreach, personalized case management, and utilize feedback mechanisms. But if we were to receive funding, we hope to provide further holistic support, primarily focus on mental health counseling, expand our eligibility criteria, which will help include more individuals and families in need, such as those facing long-term unemployment, chronic health, and also provide support groups where recipients can share experiences, offer mutual support, and build that sense of community that Chestermere does really well. By focusing on these areas, Gifts of Kindness Fund can provide a more comprehensive and effective support to its recipients and helping them achieve long-term stability and well-being. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Just out of curiosity, currently, how do we go about advertising to the community for donations so that people know to donate? I know you mentioned the website, but are there other targeted strategies that we have to encourage donations to our Gifts of Kindness program?
Yeah, we always try and partner with people. Like recently we had the International Women's Day Gala, which was partnered with Chestermere Women's Crisis Society. That was a fundraiser. We do little fundraisers like that with community engagement. It's on our brochures, I think, and we do try and spread the word, but our funds are a little limited, so it's hard to reach everybody while still keeping our funds intact.
Great, thank you. Can I have does anyone have a question specifically about Gifts of Kindness program? Then we'll put the motion on the screen to which we could have debate. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had one question about the program, and is it meant to be like continual support, or is it a one-time support thing?
Yeah, to the speaker, to Councillor Grant. So right now, Gifts of Kindness is a lifetime maximum, but they fall under our umbrella of Community Access Program, which is they can stay in it for as long as they need, as long as they meet that threshold.
And part of the cool thing about the Community Access Program too, and I know this from being on the other side of it, is organizations can also identify with the Community Access Program and then offer solutions So, for example, when I was in my previous role, we offered a discounted. You didn't have to go through the process for funding for the Jar Jar's Kids program because you were already a part of this. And so when that happened, because you're already part of this with Gift of Kindness, and so we have lots of other organizations in our city that currently do that. That when you're a part of this, you can actually receive further benefits from other organizations in the city. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, to Jessica. Thank you for the presentation. Can you just give me a roughly idea how many families or individual are taking at this moment these program initiative or help?
Yeah, to Mayor, to Councillor Randhawa, previously in 2024, we had about 120 people enrolled in our community access program. We're still in the process of continuing up those enrollments. I think staff did about 7 intakes just last week, so the need is definitely growing. I think right now I want to say we're sitting in the 60s. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, can I have the motion on the screen, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I motion that council allocate the funds raised from the Mayor and Council Charity Golf Tournament to the Gifts of Kindness charity administered by the City of Chestermere for 2025.
Comments, questions from council? Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Your Worship. Can I add a quick, I can't make a friendly amendment, but could I ask a councillor to make a friendly amendment to add in council allocates the fund raised from the 2025 Mayor and Council Charity Golf Tournament?
That makes sense.
Yep.
I added it at the end of my verbal. So
Can you restate the motion? No,
motion that council allocate the funds raised from the 2025 Mayor and Council Charity Golf Tournament to the Gifts of Kindness charity administered by the City of Chestermere.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wondering on the word charity there. I don't believe Gifts of Kindness is a registered charity. Yeah?
Through the chair to Mayor and Council, if we can suggest a replacement and have fund, Gifts of Kindness fund as a replacement.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll ask questions after. Oh, do you want me to restate it?
Yeah, can you restate the motion, please?
All right, to restate the motion, council allocate the funds raised from the 2025 Mayor and Council Charity Golf Tournament to the Gifts of Kindness Fund administered by the City of Chestermere.
Comments, questions from council? Councilor Warzanowski.
To Deputy Mayor Sandbo's comment about the Gift of Kindness being a fund, I know when we're raising funds for this charity golf tournament, some of our donors will expect tax receipts from a registered charity. If the Gifts of Kindness Fund is not a registered charity, will they be eligible for tax receipts?
Yeah, they get tax receipts for Gifts of Kindness.
Through the chair to Councillor Warzanowski, Gifts of Kindness has the ability to issue a tax receipt.
A tax receipt as a deduction to a charitable
Yes, that is
organization?
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments, questions from council? Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, just wanted to say, awesome job, Jesse. I can't remember if that was the first time you've presented to us since we've been up here, but that was excellent and such a great presentation for a really great program, so thank you for that.
Yeah, I just want to comment and say I'm hopeful that this motion passes. I think that this is a great opportunity for this council to leave a bit of a legacy going forward for this program. This is a program that can impact a lot of families, and it's also exciting to hear that with this that administration is already starting to dream about what else they could do if they had funds, because it sounds like they have been, like many of our not-for-profits in our communities do, they help fund and help people as much as they can on a shoestring budget, if you will, which is the plight of many of our not-for-profits going forward. And so I think it's great to even hear them dreaming about other ways that they can help to impact and have a positive social impact on our community. So I think that this is a great choice for this and the possibility for our council to be able to leave a legacy going forward for our community.
Through the chair to mayor and council, I just wanted to also share that on our Facebook, or not Facebook, our city page, there's quite a bit of information in regards to gifts of kindness. So currently there's the 2023 report, and that has quite a bit of information in regards to recipients and growth and the use of funds. The 2024 report is in progress and should be up in the coming months.
Well, I also think, too, this fits well with the presentation that we had at our last council meeting as we're looking at further social needs assessments and things like that. I just think it just aligns so well with many of the things that we're working on right now as a city. So with that, call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you so much. And then finally, we have item 11.5 being presented by our CAO, Mr. Edney, which is a letter to Rocky View Schools.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, through yourself to council. This report is just for a letter to Rocky View Schools. Recommendation to council is that council authorizes the mayor to send a letter of correspondence to Rocky View Schools in response to the letter that they have sent us on April 2nd, 2025. You'll see a copy of the letter that the mayor drafted is the front page of the attached report with their letter right behind that. One other important thing to note in the package is Rocky View Schools 2026 to 2029 capital plan is in there to give yourself and residents some ideas of what the school division is planning for the Chestermere community in the next 4 years. And that's really all I'm looking for in his authorization for mayor to send his letter.
Great, thank you. I think, too, as an update, yesterday, Deputy Mayor Sandvo, Councillor Grant, and myself had the opportunity to go on a tour of some schools in the area, including out in Langdon and in Strathmore, and had the opportunity to look at schools that are that were done in conjunction with recreational facilities. And so this is helping to inform some of those decisions that we're looking at for our own high school and possible what we could do with recreation as well. So it was a great opportunity, and I appreciate the positive relationship that we have with not only our school board trustee Shally, but with the rest of the Rocky View School board as well. And I think it's also goes without saying, but should still be said, that this council remains committed to school sites being site ready. It is something that was brought up yesterday by the school board, that they have taken note of this, and that our efforts on this and the funding that we've gotten for schools so far. But I also want to make it clear to our public that we do not want to see Chestermere go back to a deficit model when it comes to schools, and we fully intend to keep to our commitment of getting sites site ready as quickly as possible. We saw this as an example yesterday, that Langdon was able to get their school because they had their site ready, and the construction is going up around the school. And so I would encourage our council that we follow suit with what we witnessed in with what we witnessed in Langdon yesterday, where they had their site ready and the houses are being built around the school. So, any other comments, questions from council with regards to this matter? Awesome. Can I have the motion, please? And can I have a councillor make the motion, please? Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council authorize the mayor to send a letter of correspondence to Rocky View School in response to the letter that they have sent us on April 2nd, 2025.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, I believe now we're moving into, I believe we have two items. Two items on our, two or we have three?
We had three yesterday.
No, the other one was added. We have two. That's correct. Yeah, we have two. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, sorry. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
I move that council move into closed session at 2:04 p.m. to discuss the following: city operations, FOIP Section 24, advice from officials, and golf course, FOIP Section 24, advice from officials.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Coming out of our closed session, can I have a counselor make the motion to come out of closed session, please? Counselor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council move out of closed session at 3:29 p.m.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried. And with that, we'll give people an opportunity to come back for the remainder of our meeting. So we will come back at 3:40. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. We just have a couple final items here to wrap up our meeting for today. We have two motions coming out of our in-camera session. Can I have the first motion on the screen, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council accept the update of agenda item 12.1, city operation for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Next motion, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
I move that council direct the chief administrative officer to proceed with agenda item 12.2, golf course as discussed in closed session.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. With that, I believe we have come to the end of our agenda. If there are no more items from council or from administration, can I have a motion to adjourn, please? Can I have a councillor make the motion to adjourn the meeting, please? Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council adjourn the meeting at 3:37 p.m.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thanks, everybody.